Kerkering delivers. Swinging a ground ball back to the pitcher. He knocks it down. Picks it up. He throws home. And the run scores. He threw it away. He threw it right by everybody. Kim scores. And the Dodgers win it in 11. And they are on to the NLCS.
Hit off my foot. Just kind of, once the pressure got to me, just thought it was a faster throw to JT. A little quicker throw than trying to cross body it to Bryce. So, just throw.
Did you hear them telling you to go to first at all, or were you just in the moment? It wasn't even
just in the moment.
As heard on 97.3 ESPN, well, that's how it ended last night. A pitcher fielding practice play done wrong. Ground ball to Kerkering off of his leg, picks it up, and just fires one over the catcher's head for no apparent reason. But that's how it all ended last night. We're talking about it today on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video, streaming on the X platform, YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Follow, like, subscribe. What's up, everybody? Well, it was an awful night. I got to tell you, the Eagles are getting off easy today because that was maybe one of the most embarrassing, disgraceful performances that I can remember seeing in the history of doing this show. And they're getting off early today because of the finality of the Phillies season. We're going to get into the Eagles because that was disgraceful last night. Absolute disgrace by the Philadelphia Eagles last night. But what happened in the Phillies game last night was unbelievable. To have your season in 11 innings end the way that it did, there's so many things you can question and break down. We'll dive into it. I know everybody has an opinion on so many things, including, the Ohtani walk. Why is Kerkering even in the game at that point? There's so many things you can point at, but ultimately the Phillies' top of the lineup is at the top of the list. Just inept. Again, the Phillies' top of the lineup doesn't get the job done. Had multiple opportunities. One of the things we talk about a lot, the manager always gets a lot of blame. We love blaming the manager, right? And I always say it's not the manager you don't like. It's today's game. You don't like analytics, and that's what every manager in today's game basically follows. Example, in no world would any manager decide I have to walk Alec Boehm, except for the fact that he has a left-handed pitcher and he wants the lefty-on-lefty matchup. That's what the book tells him to do. The book says I have a left-handed pitcher, they have a left-handed batter on deck, so I will walk Alec Boehm. Shohei Ohtani is one of the best hitters, if not the best hitter in baseball, and maybe one of the top 5 hitters of all time. He's having a bad series. Now, he's 1 for 17 in this series. He has really struggled. Most of those struggles have come, if not all of them, other than the Aaron Nola at bat the other night, have come facing left-handed pitchers. So he has had really bad swings and really bad at-bats against left-handed pitchers. The last thing you want is this guy who is struggling mightily to finally get a chance to bat against a right-handed pitcher who, oh, by the way, he has 2 hits against in 5 at-bats, and both of them are home runs. Ohtani has 2 hits and 5 at-bats against Duran. Both of them are home runs. So when you are looking through your little analytical sheet there, you're saying, I cannot let Ohtani, with 2 on and 2 outs, a left-handed batter, get a swing against a right-handed pitcher. So we will put him on base, which is what every manager in baseball would do. Every single one of them would put Ohtani on base to face the right-handed batter, Mookie Betts. Now, Mookie Betts is a really good hitter. This is part of the problem with the Dodgers. They're really good. But Mookie Betts is a really good hitter. So now you're in a position where you have to face Mookie Betts. But you are saying, I would rather face Mookie Betts, a right-handed batter against a right-handed pitcher, than let Ohtani swing against the right-hander. So, my phone's going off last night at the exact moment of that situation. And every single text message was, you have to walk him. And I don't have a problem with them walking him. It backfired. But the result of the other side would be if Shohei Ohtani hits a ball 450 feet, every single person who's blaming them for walking them would be the same guy who says, why would you pitch to Ohtani? That is a decision that is not one to be criticized. It is a no-win situation. You have Shohei Ohtani, one of the best hitters in baseball, probably going to win another MVP, already a multiple-time MVP winner. That's the guy you're choosing to pitch to? It's not a great outcome. Like, there are times where you can say, listen, they were in a terrible situation, they made the right choice, and it just didn't work out. You have your elite closer facing one of the better hitters in baseball, a right-handed batter. You're hoping that your elite player beats their elite player. And to do so, we're going to put him in position where, hey, listen, Mookie Betts this year hit 258. He wasn't like Mookie Betts. He was just okay this season. He admittedly had a down year this year, Mookie Betts. He had injury problems. Now, he was coming on in the playoffs. He had swung a better bat, and he's a tough out. But it's not crazy. Like, people are acting like this was an egregious decision to walk Ohtani here. Pretty much every single person would say you have to walk Ohtani in this spot. Every single person. So that's the first one. I definitely think you can question, and here's the thing. We hate analytics. I think most fans hate analytics, right? We're fans, and I don't like analytics for this reason. To me, it ruins the spirit of competition. The spirit of competition and sport is, I'm better than you. Not, I have better data than you. So when you've entered the data into competition, you ruin the spirit of competition of physical human beings. Which ones are better? Me or you? But in the situation of, well, Luzardo had thrown 30 pitches, and he really wasn't even supposed to throw 2 innings tonight. So obviously they had to plan before the game, the analytic department of he can't throw more than X amount of pitches tonight. Well, why? You don't have a game tomorrow. Well, that's what I was told. Right? Well, we really shouldn't have pitched him 2 innings anyway, but because it was such a quick inning, we put him out there for 2 innings. Now, you could certainly wonder 2 things. Why couldn't Luzardo pitch a 3rd inning? I don't know. Why couldn't he? Sasaki had no problem going 3 innings. Now, he also didn't pitch 2 nights ago. We have no idea what those conversations are like before the game in terms of, okay, if you're going to go to Luzardo tonight, this is how many pitches you have him for. Like, Luzardo came in. He looked really good. It is somewhat perplexing as to why you have to take him out of that game. But we have no idea how many pitches he was said he was allowed to throw last night. That being said, if you were to ask me, I would have stuck with Luzardo. But I don't know what my restrictions were. I could just see, like, travel ball parent dad out there laughing because, like, dad tells him, the manager, hey, my kid's good today, but for only 25 pitches because he's pitching again this weekend for his other team. Well, I didn't get him for 25 pitches? What do you mean? And then every other parent saying, why is he taking little Timmy out? Well, you didn't know that dad said you can only use little Timmy for 25 pitches this weekend because he's playing on some other half-ass team this weekend. That's essentially what we have at the major league level now. Are you happy, everybody? Are you happy that this is what we created? Jesus Luzardo was only allowed to throw X amount of pitches last night. And that's essentially why they had to take him out of the game. Not because, they wanted to, I don't think, but mainly because he had thrown 30 pitches. And the answer that Thompson gave last night is an answer that we all hate. Why'd you bring Kerkering into the game? Well, it was right on right. It has nothing to do with this guy's pitching well or this guy's not pitching well. It's right on right. That's what it is. That's your answer. It was right on right. Now, you could say, why Kerkering over? Your other option was David Robertson. Now, I contend, why not Walker Buehler? Like, to me, why was Walker Buehler not a part of this bullpen at all? You made this signing, you put him on the roster, and they never used him. I have a big problem with that. Why did they never give this guy an opportunity? But you go back to all the decisions that were made in the series, many of them came down to, even on the Dodgers side, why do you walk Alec Boehm? Well, Brandon Marsh is on deck. He's left-handed. My pitcher's left-handed. You really think? I know how many people hate Alec Boehm. That's why I think he's the perfect foil here. Because everybody out there thinks Alec Boehm stinks. So why in God's green earth would you walk him intentionally? Well, my pitcher's left-handed. That's why. And you saw it last night with the Phillies. Why did you bring Kerkering in? Well, my pitcher was left-handed, and you had two right-handed batters coming to the plate. Now, I will say this about Kerkering, and you feel terrible for the kid, but you really don't. Screw that. Be prepared, dude. I'm not feeling bad for you. You panicked in the moment. I feel bad that that's your DNA makeup, I guess, but, dude, you let your whole team down. You let your whole team down. Like, if that moment's too big for you, be big enough to tell the manager, I don't want to pitch in this moment. Seriously. Like, if you know that that's your makeup and you are not prepared for that moment, don't accept the moment. That being said, he didn't pitch terribly. He got the ball hit right back to him. If he fields it like a normal major league pitcher and just picks it up and throws it to first base, we still could be playing. So he actually did his job as the pitcher. He got the guy to hit a ground ball back to the mound with bases loaded. Not terrible. Not terrible. Unfortunately, now, two things. The first run that LA scores, did anybody see that the umpire actually apologized to Sanchez, telling him that he missed the pitch? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? The umpire literally apologized to Sanchez for the strike three that he missed. And then he ends up walking the guy. And then that guy scores. It would have ended the inning, game over. 1-0, possibly, Phillies win. But ultimately, the Phillies, we had Hembo on the show on, was it last week? No, it was on Tuesday. Today's Friday. I don't even know what day it is. Last night was too late. We had Hembo on Tuesday's show. And we were talking about the way that they've kind of used their bullpen and all that jazz. And if you remember, if you were listening to Hembo on Tuesday's show, he said something interesting that really I think most people don't really think of, because when you got Johan Duran and you trade for this guy, he's your shutdown, lockdown closer. And what does that mean? That he only pitches in the ninth inning, or a save situation, or a situation where, you don't want the game to go in when the game's tied in there. Here's what Hembo said on Tuesday's show.
Johan Duran is obviously our best guy. He is absolutely dominant. And even though he is a traditional ninth inning guy, because it is not 1969, you're allowed to use your best pitchers whenever you want to without fear of repercussion. We now know that in high leverage moments, bringing in your best guy even earlier in the game winds up shielding you from having to make a more difficult decision later, potentially. In my judgment, using your best guys earlier in the game was always the most important strategy for Rob Thompson to employ. Deviating from the regular season script and using Duran in the highest leverage situation. The plan last night was Sanchez for 7 and hopefully Duran in the 8th and the 9th. And that's essentially what happened last night. Sanchez pitched into the 7th. They brought Duran in that moment. And, there were some questions like, should they bring Sanchez back out? Do you go with Duran in the 7th and the 8th and then figure out what to do in the 9th? They put Duran back out there, and, Duran is a guy who, much like Robertson, he doesn't do the sit down and then get back up. Well, you didn't have a problem with him pitching 2 innings last night, now did you? It's funny how our tone changes pretty quickly. I hate to sit down and get back up. Well, when it's Johan Duran, you didn't have a big problem with it. But that decision ultimately ends up backfiring on you because he couldn't throw strikes. I mean, you do that because you're putting your faith in your best guy that he's going to get the job done. But much like Turner and Schwarber and Harper in this series, for that one hitter, Duran did not get the job done. Duran had 1 walk all season with the Phillies. 1. He had 1 walk last night. So it doesn't really enter your mind all that much that I'm going to walk this guy. It's no, this guy's going to go right after this guy. And listen, if Mookie Betts gets a hit, you tip your cap to him and say, hey, you beat our best guy. But you're putting your best guy against one of their best guys, and you're saying, here you go. I'm putting you in the best statistical situation.
You versus him, right-handed versus right-handed, as opposed to you versus him, right-handed versus left-handed, because now you're giving their left-handed hitter a spot that he feels more comfortable in. The difference in the game last night is two things. By the way, you only score a run because they screwed up. That should have been a double play, but Sheehan dropped the ball. That happened to not only get past him, it goes into the camera well, so the runner gets to go to second base. Without that, you don't even score in the game last night. It was just a well-pitched game. That's number one. Let's put that out there. But you go to that ninth inning, or the 11th inning, I should say, you could certainly wonder why Kerkering is the guy that you call on in that moment. He has not pitched well with runners on base all season long. And I will say, I have been a guy who's been a fan of Kerkering's stuff, but certainly can admit that he just doesn't have the makeup for that position. Now, he got the ball that he wants. It's a ground ball hit back to him. Like, what more can you ask for? Hit one right to me. He walks Kike Hernandez, and when they brought Kerkering in the game and the batter was Kike Hernandez, how many people felt this is not going to go well? Every single person had to have said what I said. This bleeping Kike Hernandez is the guy who's up to bat to face Kerkering. You knew it wasn't going to go well. And then he throws a fastball or a sinker or whatever the hell he throws for a strike. And you're like, okay. And then he throws two straight balls, and you're like, oh, gosh, come on. Now, I thought the second pitch was actually a strike. I thought they missed that one. Then he gets the strike, and it's a 2-2 count, and you're like, okay, it's 2-2. Let's see if you can – and give Kike Hernandez credit. He just didn't bite. He just didn't bite on either one of those pitches. And then he gets Pages up, who's been struggling, and he gets a strike, a fastball right down, and he gets him to swing at it. And then the next pitch hits right back to the pitcher. So it wasn't that Kerkering was horrible. It was he didn't get the job done. Now that play, the PFP is what it is called. You'll hear that term, PFP, and the casual fan might be saying, what the hell is PFP? That is the pitcher fielding practice that you do in spring training. You basically hit balls back to the pitcher, and it's very boring and monotonous and boring and monotonous, but you do it every single day so that when that ball comes back to you, it is like clockwork that you know what to do. And he panicked. He absolutely panicked. 609-403-0973. Text board is open, and I implore you to text it because I want to read what everybody has to say today. Listen, I think this team, it's extremely disappointing because of the finality of the season, but also the finality of an era. It feels like an era of Phillies baseball is over. And you heard it in Kyle Schwarber's voice last night. He sounded like a guy who knows that his time with this group of guys is over. You heard it from Trey Turner and Bryce Harper and just about everybody last night. The feeling of this was the team we thought was going to get it done. We didn't get it done, and now we know we're done. And that's what stinks because this team has done a lot over the last couple of years to give us a lot of fun times. The ballpark has been filled. It's been the place to be again, much like 07, 8, 9, 10, and 11. That was a 5-year run. And after 5 years, it blew up. And you went to 10 years of bad baseball. They have to do everything in their power to make sure that you don't go back down the road of 10 years of bad baseball. But it's a very important offseason now. Very important, with a lot of big decisions. Because if you make wrong decisions in the offseason, this could go down the road that could get really eerie and really ugly and really bad quickly. 609-403-0973. Let's see. Christian Northfield. Between the number 1, number 2, and number 4 hitters, the Dodgers, they have 5 MVP awards. They're basically an all-star team, but we know that. So do the owners want a salary cap now? Well, the salary cap thing, that's never going to happen. You're going to see it. In fact, you're going to get a lockout because of it. But that being said, look, think about what he just said. Their lineup, every single guy that comes up. Edman, you're like, this pain in the ass. Kike Hernandez, this guy's a pain in the ass. You know, they got Will Smith, who was hitting at the bottom of the lineup for most of these games. You got Pages in the 8-hole. He's got 27 home runs.
And the Phillies shut them down essentially this entire series. The ERA for the Phillies pitching was in the twos. I think it was like 270. We could talk about every single decision and move, but like the move to walk Ohtani is a move that everybody makes. It's not like craziness. They didn't do something crazy there. They walked Shohei Ohtani. I mean, just think about it like if Barry Bonds walked up to the plate in that spot. What would you do? Right? What would you do if Barry Bonds was the guy who walked up in that spot? Are you going to pitch to Barry Bonds? No. Of course you're not. That's Shohei Ohtani. He's Barry Bonds. So you're not pitching to Barry Bonds. Why would you say, you know what a good idea would be? Let's throw to Shohei Ohtani right here. It wouldn't happen. Not even in that era of baseball. Like in today's era of baseball, it's definitely not happened. 20 years ago, you think anybody's pitching to Barry Bonds in that spot? There's no way. 609-403-0973. I'm looking at the text board here. I'm trying to like parse and parcel over some of the things that are getting written here. Some people are writing like novels. I'm trying to like read through these real fast so that I'm not like, Mike, I feel like over the past 40 years, the Phillies and the movie Titanic have been the same thing. No matter how many times I start the movie, I know the ending, I get tricked and fall for the trap. Well, that's what being a fan is, Max. Right? Spring breeds eternal. It feels different. It's our year. That's what sports are. You go along for the ride. Like, that's what being a sports fan is. I get it. It's like, how many times do you get to the point where you're like, I'm done with this team? And then the season starts and you're ready to go. You're ready to go again. Like you're ready to like let your guard down and start back over. Mike, when that ball dribbled to the pitcher, I couldn't believe we were going to get out of that jam. Then he goes home. Well, it didn't dribble. It hit him pretty hard. That's why the ricochet off of his leg. But you're right. I mean, as soon as that ball went back to the pitcher's mound, you figured there was enough time for he to recover, pick it up, and then make the throw to first. Chris in Delaware. Kirkering, mad error, yes. But Turner, Schwarber, Harper, 1 for 14, 4 strikeouts. Those three guys only had one good game in the series. Yeah, last night, Ben Davis on the postgame show said something that really kind of triggered for me, which is the game that we're watching today in Major League Baseball would be akin to watching a basketball game. One night, the team shoots a lot of threes, and when they connect, you win. And then the next night, you're 7 for 30 from three-point range, and you're wondering why you lost. No, you're not wondering why you lost. You shot 33s. You only hit 7. Therefore, the other team probably hit a higher percentage. How many times in a Sixer playoff round we're looking at the three-point shot, and you're saying Boston hit 50% of their threes, and you hit 17%. And the Phillies, top of the order, when they hit their threes, they won. When they didn't, they lost. I mean, it was pretty simple. 609-403-0973. Paul from Millville. Let me see what Paul has to say. Mike, your boy Kirkering has the biggest choke moment since Ben Simmons against Atlanta. I'll take my boy Kirkering. I'll take that. I like Kirkering. I don't like him in that spot just because I like Kirkering's stuff. I don't like his makeup. So just because it's like I think the guy has a good fastball, I just don't think he knows I don't think he knows how to pitch. He knows how to throw hard, and he has good stuff. So with that, now I don't know what his makeup is. Here's a kid I'm just watching his arm talent. So sure, he could be my boy. He was disappointing. He has been disappointing. I thought he'd be a much bigger asset, but he obviously doesn't have the makeup. He doesn't have the makeup. He's got good stuff with no idea how to pitch. Paul from Millville goes on to say, let's be honest, this team is so bad because of their fundamentals. Their lack of fundamentals is a direct result of coaching. Why couldn't we use Nola there? Well, let's stop right there. Why couldn't we use Nola there? You heard them say time and time again, Nola's never pitched out of the bullpen. Now, you might say, well, who cares? I agree. Who cares? Just put your best guy out there. But that's not what their philosophy is, the organization. That's why Nola started the game the other night. They don't view him as a reliever. I don't disagree. I think what we saw in this series is these guys can pitch wherever the hell you have to pitch them. Sheehan had no problem pitching out of the bullpen. Now, Kershaw wasn't great, but their guy Sheehan pitched out of the bullpen. He was fine. Glasnow pitched out of the bullpen in Game 1. He was not great. He was pretty damn good last night. Suarez pitched out of the bullpen. He was fine. So I think some guys can do it, some guys don't. More it has to do with their stuff that they have. And Nolan's stuff doesn't really play well in the bullpen. But in that spot, if I thought he was the best option, then sure, I would have no problem. I thought Walker Buehler should have gotten an opportunity. He's the only guy that I know of on this Phillies team that has had the cojones to close out a World Series game. So that's what I would say there. 609-403. But that being said, I would say yes, highly disappointed in so far what we've gotten from Kerkering in his time here. I thought he would be much, much better. And a lot of it's not, there's times where he dazzles, but he just doesn't trust his stuff enough, and he doesn't have the mental makeup to pitch in those high leverage situations. You have him pitching in the 6th innings, low leverage situations, he's great. Not where that situation was last night. Goes on to say, we'll read off more of them coming up. 609-403-0973. All right, thoughts on the game last night, thoughts on the season, and then here's the guys. Schwarber, Real Muto, Suarez, Bader, and more. They're all free agents. We'll get into it all day. Sports Bash plus the Eagles, just a disgraceful loss. I don't even know that I have time to talk about how bad that was. It was one of the worst losses, period, from this franchise in the entire time I've been hosting this show. That loss last night was the most probably at the top of the list of most disgraceful losses. I can't even believe that they lost that game last night. More Sports Bash coming up.
As heard on 97.3 ESPN, again, an opportunity last night. Harrison Bader gets called on to pinch hit. Now, he had a great at-bat. He's fouling pitch after pitch after pitch after pitch. And the drama of the at-bat, I mean, the game was just excruciating to watch last night, wasn't it? I mean, just an excruciating game to watch last night. Just because of how high, intense every single pitch seemingly was. So you know that every single pitch is going to get deciphered and broken down and talked about because how much pressure-filled moments were happening. And Bader comes up and you're thinking, and the way he's fouling pitch after pitch after pitch, you know there was only two things that could happen. He was either going to rip a single and Harper was going to come around to score, or he was going to strike out. Right? Which one did you think? Did you think he was going to strike out or rip something? Because he just kept fouling pitch after, what was that, like an 11 pitch at bat?
I thought he was going to rip something, but then the final two to three pitches in the sequence.
He faced 10 pitches.
It was like the final two pitches, that's when I got worried. I thought initially, I was like, all right, he's going to work himself into a hit here. But then the pitch before he swung and missed the horrible pitch on the outside, which he should have never swung at. It was the pitch before I just sat here and I thought, oh no, he's going to strike out here. Because it felt like the momentum of the at-bat changed as it went on. Like halfway through the at-bat, to me at least, it felt like he's going to find a way to get a hit here.
He fouled off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pitches in the at-bat.
Right. But it was after the one foul ball where he hit it and it went straight up and behind them. I don't know if you remember that one or not.
Yeah, listen. The whole at-bat, he had pitches to hit, and he just couldn't square them up.
But that was the one where I was like, oh, no, he's going to strike out. Because the way he hit it and then looked at it, I immediately started having flashbacks, still being like, oh, no, here we go.
But honestly, I mean, it's 3-2 the count, and the pitch he swings at is ball 4. I mean, it's way out of the zone.
Way outside. And you saw Vezina, he was just ecstatic. You literally gave that guy back his confidence. Recently, you destroyed Vezina's confidence when you were last time in L.A. Last night, the Phillies gave that guy back his confidence. If the Dodgers win the World Series, and Vezina is a part of it, Vezina needs to send a gift basket to Harrison Bader.
JT Realmuto was on deck, and he had been one of the two guys in the series. Him and Bohm were the only two guys.
How crazy is
who had
that?
A pulse.
You mentioned
Castellanos too. I got to give. He did have the double last night.
Well, he had the double last night. Apparently, he only hits away from home now. But Realmuto and Bohm actually had a good series.
Yeah, no, they both hit well over 300. I was thinking if Bader gets on, you got Realmuto up next. If he walks here, because I was kind of hoping, okay, you're putting Bader up in this spot. It's a good spot for him to kind of do something here, and it didn't come through. And you go to the 11th. Luzardo starts the inning, and you end up striking out Freeman, and then you give the single up to Edman. And at that point, when Edman got on, and I'm thinking, oh, gosh, here we go, because they're not going to let Luzardo stay in this game. Then Smith hits that ball to center field, to which Kepler is now playing center. He makes the play. Muncy gets the single. And soon as Muncy got that single, I knew it. I said, with Kiki Hernandez up, they are not going to let Luzardo pitch to Hernandez because he's right-handed. And I just could not believe that the guy that called on was Kerkering. I just was stunned that Kerkering was the guy. But again, it was either Kerkering, Robertson, or Buehler. And me personally, I would have gone to Buehler. But Robertson didn't get the job done in the first game, and they never went back to him.
I have a couple questions I wanted to ask you following up on all this. But I want to start with this. Removing Kerkering from the conversation, who is the person who disappointed you most last night? Who is the guy that you were like, I'm
not even sure Kerkering is fair to answer there, because I don't know that he disappointed me the most. He just, I don't know. Go ahead.
But who was the guy last night? Who was the guy that when the game ended and you sat back and you staring at the ceiling was the first name that came up and you were like,
can I say Jalen Hurts?
On the Phillies.
I mean, trying to think, like, they only had 4 hits. I mean, there was no moment in the game. So there was no moment in the game where you had runners on and a guy came up and you're like, I mean, maybe you could say Turner in the 7th because Castellanos had doubled.
Right.
And you had Turner at the plate, and I get it. Like, there's 2 outs and a runner on second. It's a 1-0 game in the 7th. Can I get Turner to single there and then get the second run home? I mean, I could say Stott, but I'm blaming my 9-hole hitter, which I'm not really in the business of blaming the 9 because Stott's a lefty facing Sheehan, a righty. Right. That's one matchup that I think, okay, now I have an advantage here. I have the lefty and you have a runner on second. Yeah. Can I do something there? Can I get a single? Can I flare one somewhere that I can get Castellanos around? So then that 7th inning was one where I had Castellanos on second base and I have my top of the order up. I got it around to the top of the order with a runner in scoring position, and I think he ended up striking out. Yeah, he struck out swinging.
Yeah, he struck out.
Turner.
Turner's the guy that I was going to go to because he had a moment, and the moment was, this is why he's here. That moment last night in the 7th inning is the reason why you brought him here. You brought him here so when the lineup turns over, you have a guy who can make contact in that situation. And for whatever reason, last night, this team, after having what seemed to be the perfect hitting approach on Wednesday, Thursday night, last night, they basically completely fell apart, or they all had the same, brain fart. It was so perplexing how that team went from being so deliberate and their plate approach was so
well. I will say this, and they were talking
balanced
about it on the broadcast last night. You could see that their plan was completely different. Early in the game against Yamamoto, their game plan was swing early. He's going to throw fastball early, get on it.
Right.
And they were trying to make Glasnow throw more pitches. That their plan against Glasnow was make him throw pitches because Glasnow can get out of the zone. Glasnow can get wild. Right. Glasnow will walk you. So their game plan was different from the Yamamoto.
Which is fine if the game plan is, but your approach as a hitter shouldn't change because you went from being guys.
Well, that's exactly what the game plan is. Your approach needs to change.
No. Hear me out for a sec. It's about the fact that when I'm implementing that game plan, okay, how am I attacking it? So, like, for example, if your game plan as a football team is to run the ball, but if you're running the ball on a play that's not working, you change up the play, right? Well, if the game plan in baseball is, hey, we're going to work the account, we're going to make him throw a lot of pitches, you don't then swing at the bad pitches.
Well, no, you don't implement the game plan and don't swing at bad pitches. Like, that is, but people act like this is where you could tell a player till you're, I don't want to say blue in the face, until your face literally, the air gets cut off in your system. Wait until take a pitch until he throws it a strike. And then the guy goes up there and swings at the first pitch. You could tell that guy 100 times, take a pitch, take a strike. And if he doesn't do it, then ultimately the coach gets blamed. Believe me, we go through this a lot. Make him throw you a strike. Make him throw you a strike. Kid swings at the first pitch. Now, you could say then the result needs to be that kid needs to be benched. Well, we live in a world now where you can't really do that anymore, right? Little Johnny, you only have 9 little Johnnies. You can't bench little Johnny because if you do, then you don't have a team.
Well, I was going to say, then little Johnny complains to Big Johnny.
But it goes all the way, exactly. But it goes all the way down the line where, many times the game plan is, and then, listen, it's all easy for us until we stand in that batter's box and you see a major leaguer throw a nasty slider and Josh Henning on the radio, why are you swinging at that pitch? You step in that box and see what it looks like coming out of his hand.
Well, listen, if you want to have that conversation, I've always said that hitting a baseball is the hardest thing to do on the planet. I've said that
100,000%. Now,
so I don't mind part.
But here's the thing that I say is different. Swinging at that pitch out of the zone, you get in there and try to hit that and read it coming out of his hand. It's not easy. But when you get that fastball, they make that mistake, you got to make the pay for their mistake. It's like the football game last night. When Jalen Hurts has a chance to have a guy wide open down the field for an 85-yard touchdown,
And he doesn't
you
throw
have
it.
to connect on that. You get one chance for them to make a mistake that egregious, you have to make sure they pay for it.
Right.
The Phillies did a terrible job in this series of making them pay for their mistakes in terms of missing spots. And in game one, Strahm missed his spot, Hernandez hit a home run. You only get so many chances when they miss the spot. So I get it. Pitch out of the zone, you swing at it, it's a tough pitch, it's nasty. This happens. They looked horrible last night. It's not like the Dodgers went up there and looked like a bunch of Ty Cobbs up there.
Well, then really quick, is this Phillies team just bad at taking advantage of other teams' mistakes?
Well, during the playoffs, I would say, yeah. I mean, for the most part, that's been their problem is they have not capitalized on opportunities that have been there for them when you have bases loaded. The other night, I said this, Sasaki comes in the game. Was it last night? Sasaki came in the game last night, yeah, in the eighth.
In the eighth.
So you ask who's disappointing? In the eighth inning, they go with Sasaki. You have Schwarber and Harper up. That's righty-lefty. This is your wheelhouse, guys. You have the opportunity now to face a right-handed pitching late innings of a game and make this kid who's, 22 years old? Make him make a mistake. Schwarber gets an awful swing on a 98-mile-per-hour fastball that's right down the middle. I mean, that's your pitch, dude. You're the lefty. He's the righty. He puts one right there for you. And you did nothing with it. And Harper was even worse. I mean, he hits a little pop out. Now, he doesn't get a center cut fastball, but guess what? He got it on the first pitch, and he fouled it off. He wasn't ready for that moment. So people are texting in, Harper's the most disappointing. I could put Harper on that. The only reason I didn't put Harper as the guy is Turner was the one guy who came out with a runner in scoring position.
Right. But maybe it's a reflection of the larger problem, which is Harper is the guy, is like the face of the team, right? He's the guy who's supposed to be the centerpiece of a championship team.
He is, but that's
he had
a
a
good
bad
question
year this
because
year.
it's going to morph into the next part of our conversations. Is Harper the face of this team anymore? Did it morph into Schwarber? Now Schwarber's a free agent. Turner gets paid just as much as Harper does. Is he, Harper has been perceived to be the face because he's Bryce Harper MVP. He was on the cover of Sports Illustrated when he was a kid, all that stuff. Turner last night, by the way, for the first time ever, he made the play at shortstop and then showed emotion. I couldn't believe. I said, wait, is he playing shortstop? Is that him? He showed emotion on that play last night. He's actually here longer. His contract is until 2033, whereas Harper's done here in 31. There's going to be 2 years of Turner here by himself without those guys. So the three faces all were ugly last night, and were ugly in the whole series except for on Wednesday night when Schwarber hit the 2 home runs.
Right.
We got Bob Wankel tonight, 5 o'clock drive home. Who stays, who goes. Free agents are Real Muto, Bader, Schwarber, Suarez, and then a bunch of other guys like Kepler and yada, yada, yada. Coming up, I got an Eagles stat that is ugly as can be. And, yeah, it was an awful night. It was an awful sports night, which was supposed to be a great night that you were so excited for. It turned into be a bleepy night. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. That was Saquon Barkley after the disgraceful loss last night. I don't even know where to start with that loss. I mean, because if the Phillies didn't bail their asses out last night, that was a disgrace of epic proportions. They got boat raced by a team that is nowhere on your level. Absolutely hideous. Here's a stat for you. You ready for this? Negative plays this season for the Eagles offense that they have given up. 47 negative plays. 47! They go 3 and out almost 50% of the time. And last night, no different. 3 and out all night long. Against the Giants! I mean, the Giants are doing backflips. You say that you're doing backflips. You usually say it's like a joke. Oh, they're out there they were doing backflips against you last night. Johnny Mack set to join us coming up here this hour on the Sports Bash Live. Bob Wankel tonight at 5. We'll get back into the Phillies. Eagles lose last night. I don't even know where to begin with them, but I'm going to try to find a way. Coming up next on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN.
Hurts back. Hurts pumps. Hurts fires. It's intercepted on the far sideline. Running down the sideline with the football. Taking it is Flott. Flott is knocked out of bounds shy of the 20. Hurts' first interception of the season, and it's a damaging one.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a finger pointing show. I'm with Kevin till the end. A lot of it goes down to execution. So we'll go back and look at this tape and see what we got to get fixed. So moving forward, maybe more efficient, less predictable, and capitalize on big plays and explosives.
As heard on 97.3 ESPN, Lane Johnson, less predictable, and they tried to be something a little different. Hey, Jalen Hurts, throw the ball, interception. He had a guy wide open over the middle, by the way. A.J. Brown was wide open in the slant there and missed him. Our Eagles' first reaction is brought to you by First Bank of Sea Isle. This season, score big with First Bank of Sea Isle. Savings to mortgages, we're on your team, helping you reach the end zone. First Bank of Sea Isle, your hometown bank, your winning play. That was disgraceful last night. This is to take nothing away from the Giants, who came out there and kicked your ass. Give the Giants all the credit in the world. They absolutely came out there and dominated the game. But the Giants have not even been close in some of these games. It's not like a team, I get it, they have a new quarterback, but they've lost neighbors. They've got all sorts of problems. They just lost to the Saints the week before. It's not like this team is on the verge so far. Now, maybe this win propels them and they take off. Who the hell knows? Give the Giants credit for going out there, because what I tweeted out last night in the middle of the game, the Giants are not only boat racing you, they aren't afraid of you at all. The Giants were not afraid of you at all, and they just took it to you all night long. All night long. They just said, we're enjoying coming at you, and we're lowering our shoulder, and we are driving right through you. It was like the Giants were punishing you for 10 years of you kicking their ass. We had Sal Powell on yesterday. The Eagles have not lost to the Giants in a primetime game since 2008. 2008 was the last time the Eagles lost to the Giants in a primetime game. And it was like the Giants just took it all out on you last night. And good for the Giants, by the way. There was a part of me that partly was saying, you know what, I'm enjoying watching the Eagles get their ass kicked. There's sometimes when you have a team that thinks their bleep don't stink, and the other team is starting to kick your butt, and you say, you know what, I'm just going to let our team get their butt kicked because we need it. We need to have an eye-opening experience. You thought that was last week. Wasn't the case. Wasn't the case. 609-403-0973. Overall, I think the Giants last night just enjoyed kicking your ass. They did. They enjoyed it. Now, big picture, I don't know what the Giants season's going to look like. They got a brutal schedule, as Jordan Ronan brought up here. They've got Denver, Philadelphia, San Francisco, Green Bay, Detroit. I mean, they got a brutal road. But was that their jumping off point finally? Maybe. Maybe it was against you. But the Eagles got problems. Jeff Nadeau was on yesterday. You know what? Jeff Mosher texted me while Jeff Nadeau was on. He said, man, Nadeau is pretty negative about the Eagles. Was he right? Was everything he said yesterday very negatively? Was he right?
Listen, the problem last night was, Mike, you got whipped by a guy called up from the practice squad named Little Jordan Humphrey. Okay? Little Jordan Humphrey was all over your television screen last night. And that's part of the problem here, is that this team looked like, and I hate even saying this because it's amazing that we are saying this about a team that won the Super Bowl last season, I should say. What was it, 8 months ago? They looked unprepared. They looked like they had no idea what was coming at them. They were down so quick and so early. It was like they were a fighter that got blitzkrieged at the beginning of a fight, and they're sitting on the mat looking around like, what just happened?
They had no idea what happened last night. They went up, they scored 3 points. The Giants came right back down. They scored. And at that point,
when the Giants went up 14-3. You're watching the Phillies game now, and I was like texting my buddies. I was like, by the way, it's 14-3 over here. I had the split screen up there going, so I'm kind of watching this thing, and I'm like, it's 14-3, and they're not taking their foot off the gas over here because Eagles kick a field goal.
Yep.
So for most people who are watching the Phillies, I'll tell you what happened real quick. Eagles kick the field goal.
Right.
Touchdown Giants. 3-and-out Eagles. Touchdown Giants. Eagles come back and score, and you're thinking, all right, they got their sea legs under them a little bit here. 3-and-out Giants. Eagles score again. They actually take the lead, and at that point you're thinking, all right, now you're cranking. They had a 13-play, 74-yard drive. They had an 8-play, 75-yard drive. So they have back-to-back drives that ended up in touchdowns.
And really quick, when it was 17-3, for those who might not have been watching the Eagles game yet, there was a moment after they took the 17-3 lead, Mike.
Who? No, the Eagles were never up 17-3.
The Eagles were up.
No. The Giants were up 13-3.
Right.
The Eagles went up 17-13.
Sorry, I think about the week before. They were up 17-13. There was a moment the camera pans over and you see Sirianni and Patullo high-fiving like it was like the greatest moment of all time. And that was from that moment on, Mike, from the moment that those two high-fived, everything went downhill in that game.
Well, the Giants end up scoring on a 15-play drive, and then the Eagles' possession at the end of the half was something that, like, you couldn't make up. Like, what the heck was Jalen Hurts doing? He slides before the first down with no timeouts left. Then he's trying to get on the ball to try to spike the ball. Well, then he had to be told that it's fourth down. You can't spike the ball. So that whole thing blew up in their face. Well, then the third quarter, 3-and-out. The Giants go.
Right.
Okay, your defense, you're down 20-17 at halftime. The Giants go 3-and-out. You get the ball back. You go 3-and-out. You get 4 yards. The Giants score a touchdown. That's the touchdown there that really was the gut punch. It was 27-17 at that point. Scadaboo on the touchdown. One of 3 touchdowns, by the way, for Scadaboo.
Monster game for him last night.
Eagles go 4-and-out this time because they go for it on fourth down. They don't get it.
Right.
Now the defense holds and they get another punt.
But they finally held. For the first time in the second half, they finally, and you had a little bit of hope. You're like, okay, finally Fangio figured it out. They're going to get the ball back. They're going to get themselves together, and they're going to get down the field.
3-and-out.
Exactly.
So they punt the ball back to the Giants, and the Giants go 3-and-out. So it's a 10-point game. You have the ball. You're finally driving. You're in the end zone, or the red zone, I should say.
Red zone.
And you throw that interception where you had a guy wide open. I mean, it was a touchdown all day, every day. And Hurts just never even looked in the direction of A.J. Brown. And
what makes it worse, though, Mike, is that he was also holding the ball for 10 million years. It's like, dude, the clock in your head at some point, and this is where, for those who've been listening, Mike, they know I've been blaming Patullo a lot in recent weeks. That interception was completely 100% on Hurts. He was holding the ball and holding the ball and holding the ball. He wouldn't throw it, and when he finally threw it, the Giants read him easily.
He stared him down, and they had man coverage there where you had the safety sitting there waiting for Goddard, the tight end.
Yep.
You had the slot lined up one-on-one with A.J. Brown. He beats him to the inside. All he has to do is throw that pass, and it's a touchdown, no questions asked. And that's a quick slant. Bang. You got one of the best receivers in football lined up one-on-one. Man, I don't know why the hell the Giants are playing that kind of defense in that spot right there, but that's what they threw at you. They throw zero blitz at you. And
Hurts is just holding the ball.
Unbelievable. I just couldn't even believe it. Then the Giants end up scoring the touchdown. That was 34-17. So now pretty much the game's over. The Giants kicked the ball off. You muffed 4 kickoffs last night.
I know.
A.J. Dillon fumbles the ball out of bounds on the kickoff. So now you have to start all the way back. Well, you finally get a nice drive going. You kept A.J. Dillon in the game, and he ends up fumbling again.
And for those who are wondering, well, why was A.J. Dillon back there receiving kicks? You mentioned it before, Mike. They have been messing up these kickoffs. Tank Bigsby, the guy that you acquired to do this job, apparently he can't catch kickoffs anymore.
Yeah, he fumbled the ball, had to pick it up, then he dropped it out of the end zone. You saw Sirianni ripping him a new one. It was just a complete disaster last night. Just looked completely and totally ill-prepared last night. And I was all for it. I was like, you know what? Just keep taking them to the woodshed. Keep taking this team to the woodshed. And then after the game, you listen to a lot of the things that everybody's saying after the game. Lane Johnson, you heard the bite there, talking about, the predictability of the offense. And
I feel like last 2 weeks, you know what it is. You know when the pass is coming. You know when the run's coming. So, but it all starts with us, collectively as offense. So, and moving forward, we gotta do a better job of that.
The predictability of the offense. They know it's coming. This sounds a lot like what we heard a couple of years ago. And listen, this happened. Everybody's talking about 2023, the same thing. They went to the Super Bowl the one year. The next year they come back. They were 10-1. They were skating by. People talk about the similarities. The similarities weren't there. One of the reasons why was the defense. You know what? A lot of the similarities feel like they're there. The offense just can't get out of its own way. They were saving the same problems, the predictability. The offense is broken right now. The offense is broken. There is no deception or creativity. And the quarterback, again, you go back to what happened in that 2023 season when they were having some problems, and you have guys open, you're not making the throws. You have guys open, you're not seeing them, you're not connecting. The throw to Devontae Smith last night, that has to be made by every Joe in Mays Landing sitting in his backyard throwing a pass to his son, makes that connection. And Jalen Hurts didn't make it. He didn't even have pressure. He just overthrew it. But Lane Johnson, who's usually picks and chooses his times to kind of lash out, he didn't really lash out, but he certainly wanted to get the message out there that the execution is not there.
The execution isn't there. We get behind the chains. I get very predictable, I think sometimes. And so, it's frustrating, but, we have a lot of season ahead of us. And, confident with the guys in this room and how we work to get it fixed and to, make games not so hard on ourselves, make it more fluid.
They're making these games really hard on themselves. That's something he said there. We're doing something. We're making games hard on themselves. I'll tell you what. Mailata got whipped last night. Mailata got whipped. Brett Toth got not whipped. He got atomically blasted. Burns absolutely owned him.
He got ran over.
Night. He was terrible last night. Their offensive line is a big problem right now. And it's causing some issues with the run game. However, the run game actually got going early in the game. They were running the ball pretty well. Saquon Barkley got off to a pretty good start. He had 12 carries for 58 yards, by the way, which isn't a terrible day at the office.
And then early in the game, when Barkley had that first big run, you were like, okay, here we go, run time. We're going to run the ball in this game. And it felt like they just never got back to it. Or it was almost like they were like, hey, we got the one run we needed out of the way. It was just such a weird style of game in terms of some of the play calling, and it goes back to the complaints that we've heard guys like Dan Orlovsky and Chris Long and others bring this up, Mike, is that the Eagles, they're calling plays, but they're not game planning for the whole game. It was almost like a time, especially in the first half last night, it was almost like Petula was like, whew, we got those two running plays out of the way. Now I can get to the real stuff I want to do.
Yeah, the offense is disjointed. It is unimaginative. It is frustrating because – and then you heard Lane Johnson, hey, we're on Kevin all the way. I mean, what else is he going to say? I mean, he's not going to say, hey, listen, we got to do something here. And quite frankly, I don't know that you can do something. You tried this a couple of years ago where you fired the defensive coordinator in season, and that didn't work. Who are you going to go to right now? Seriously, they don't. It's not like they have some guru on the staff that you were like, whoa, how come they didn't pick that guy?
And by the way, that's one of the complaints about the team right now is the construction this offseason of the coaching staff perplexed some people. The whole, hey, we got this guy from college to be the quarterback coach, and we're trying to add some new ideas into the coaching room. They didn't really bring in a guy who could maybe, for lack of a better term, mentor Kevin Petula through this.
Well, this is what happened a couple of years ago. They went to the Super Bowl.
Yep.
And then they promoted from within
Brian Johnson
and said, hey, he's been a loyal guy. Let's give him the job. This is why, loyalty sometimes people talk about, hey, he's been the guy that's been around. You don't just get the job because you're the guy sitting there for 10 years. Like, that's not how things are supposed to work.
No.
But that's the way that people think it should work. Like, hey, he's been loyal. It's his chance. He's been with you the whole time. So he picks his guy, but there's really nobody else in there. Like, people are like, you got to move on from him. To do what? You're going to bring in a guy from the outside now and say, hey, you're now the offensive coordinator? Don't see that happening, right? And it's not like that team 2 years ago, Sean Desai, they brought in from the outside because he ran Jonathan Gannon's defense.
Right. He was supposed to be, hey, he's a Fangio disciple. He's supposed to know what Gannon wants to run. And we found out that knowing how to run a defense and actually calling that defense are two different things.
So they brought Desai in because he had run that particular defense. But then they had Matt Patricia, who had been an NFL defensive coordinator with, by the way, some microcosm of success as a coordinator.
Right.
They don't have that guy on the offensive staff right now.
And that's the bigger problem.
They do not have, like, hey, there's, who's the guy? Pat Shurmur's not like the quarterback coach who's been an offensive coordinator in the league that you could just say, hey, he was with us all through training camp. He's called plays before. We can kind of just, like, give it to him. They don't have that guy. So the other answer would be, well, what about Sirianni? Well, if you give that role back to Sirianni, you are now taking away some of the things that Sirianni does really well on game day, which is manage the game, manage the clock, manage all the personalities, and then dilutes what he has done successfully as the head coach. So this whole thing with the offensive coordinator, you better hope that he's just going through some growing pains right now and that he can kind of pull himself out of this mess.
And that's kind of what Dallas Goedert pointed to yesterday after the game, because Goddard said that he thinks that it's still early in the season, and that might be part of what's going on. It's Dallas Goedert last night after the game.
We're sitting here at 4-2. What's that, 6 games out of 18, a third of the way in. We just got to get better, find a way to win games. The last 2 games obviously sting a lot. We don't like losing ever. But, I know everybody in this building will go back to work, and there's just little details that we need to get cleaned up, and I think that can, propel us forward.
Well, I will say, he's not wrong about that. The fact that this is happening early in the season, listen, I do want to say this. I thought last night was one of the most disgraceful losses that I can remember. Now, they've had losses in years where they weren't very good. You're talking about a loss. Listen, no shade against the Giants here. I don't think anybody has any ideas that this is some Super Bowl contending team. They're a young team with a quarterback who maybe has injected some life into this organization, and good for them. The Scatterboot kid, he runs hard, he's a personality, but I don't think anybody has any ideas. You heard Jordan Raanan on yesterday. He covers the Giants and pretty much said they were a joke. So it's not me pontificating in my mind like I'm some nutbag who, oh my God, I think the Giants are not very good. Like, that's not an outrageous opinion, right? I mean, me predicting that the Giants are not very good isn't some outside-the-box idea here.
No.
To lose to that team, first of all, to lose to that team is disgraceful. For where you are in your timeline and where they are in their timeline. If they're going to win a game, they win games against the middle-of-the-road teams. They sneak up on somebody. You don't beat the defending Super Bowl champions. That's the difference. They lost to the Saints last week. They lost to the Saints. There's not one person out there listening who says, well, you should give the Saints credit. That's a really good team. I got these idiots right now texting in. You're not giving the Giants. I am giving the Giants credit. They kicked your ass last night. But don't sit here and tell me, how did you not think the Giants could win that game? Because they stink. The Giants stink. That's why.
The Giants were down 2 of their top receivers last night. The Giants were without 2 of their starting linebackers last night. And they still took you to the woodshed. Think about that for a minute. The Giants were shorthanded, and they still looked like that again.
Well, they out-physicaled you. That's the difference. Forget the skill players. Their skill players are not great. They beat you up front. That's where they won the game. They beat your ass up front on both lines. Their defensive front kicked the crap out of your offensive line, and your offensive line got their butts whipped by their defensive front. That's where they beat you. And then they handed the ball off to the Scatterboot kid, and he took joy in lowering his shoulder and running through guys. Like, it was one of those things where you saw guys in the Eagles secondary making business decisions in week number 5. I'm getting the heck out of this guy's way. And it was the Giants saying, we're enjoying this. And once they got the confidence that they could be like on the same field as you, they were taking chances to just go after you. They were taking joy in the fact that you wanted nothing to do with it. So for you to get into a fist fight with the Giants and then have them beat the living daylight out of you, that's an embarrassment.
Yeah, the Giants basically said your move, and the Eagles just never had a counter move. And don't forget, for as much as we can talk about the offense, the defense deserves just as much blame here because, well, everyone's going to talk about for the coming days. You go back and watch that game from beginning to end, Mike. When the Giants kept scoring as easily as they were in that game at times, it was like nobody had an answer. You called it business decisions, the lack of toughness, the lack of assertiveness, too. And by the way, genius play by the Giants. This was brought up last night by one of the producers of the Greenlight podcast I was watching late last night. Do you know the Giants only had one passing play where they targeted a pass in Cooper DeJean's direction the entire night?
Well, and by the way, yeah, like soon as when Mitchell went out, I mean, Ringo was awful last night.
They targeted Ringo and Jackson almost the entire game. They were literally telegraphing to you, we're attacking your guys. You're not doing anything about it. We're coming to get your guys. Like at some point, you would have thought that there might have been an adjustment or a move or a substitution or something Fangio would have done.
Yeah.
And Fangio never made it.
And by the way, one of the things I said about the Giants all season was they are going to be such a pain in the ass to play because of their defense. I said every team that plays them, it's going to be a pain in the ass to play against them because of their defense. Their offense, as Jordan Raanan said yesterday, has been atrocious. The fact that their offense did what they did to you yesterday, you got to now start to question. Now, I get it. No Jalen Carter, no Quinyon Mitchell. But guess what? That shouldn't matter. That shouldn't matter that you don't have those guys. Part of the reason that Jalen Carter doesn't play in that game probably is, hey, listen, we're playing the Giants. Let's take the week off and try to get you back to 100%.
And really quick, because the Phillies game was going on at the same time, for those who don't know the whole story, so Carter came out for warm-ups. And this was kind of like one of the storylines from the game last night. So while the Phillies were playing in Los Angeles, Carter came out for warm-ups. He talks to his agent. He talks to Howie Roseman. He talks to one of the other coaches. Mike, he didn't even participate in the warm-up. He just went back to the locker room. That was something that was very important because you had brought up yesterday on the Sports Bash. The moment that Gabe Hall got called up, you said yesterday, Mike, you said, this might be a sign that the Eagles are planning for Carter not to be out there. Carter was never going to play. And the moment that happened, Vic Fangio knew. Wasn't like Carter got thrown out at the beginning of the game, right? Remember week 1? Hey, we had to make an adjustment in the game.
Yeah.
No, Fangio knew before the snap started. I don't have Jalen Carter.
Well, we talked about it, that Gabe Hall was elevated, and that was kind of the messaging, but they didn't have him.
You knew. Yeah, you knew he wasn't there.
And as I said to Jordan Raanan yesterday, listen, the Giants, I said, look, it's not fair for me to judge Dart this season at all with the weapons he has. He has nothing to throw to. And he played well in terms of keeping drives alive last night. They couldn't get him down because he's just running for his life back there, and that's one of the things that Jordan said. He said, look, what he adds to this team right now is he's able to keep these plays alive where Russell Wilson was getting sacked. Dart just running around in circles like a playground game,
right.
And the Eagles just couldn't get him down, and he kept some plays alive and basically was playing backyard playground football. And as Jordan Raanan, and I said to Jordan, I said, listen, I wasn't a big Dart guy. I'm not going to judge him on this season with the talent they have, but last night he was running circles around the Eagles' defensive front and making some plays with his legs. So kudos to him. He played a good game last night. He was 17 of 25. I wouldn't say he was like
no, but he used his athleticism and he
had 13 carries for 58 yards. There's a big difference in the game.
He kind of did to you what Johnny Manziel used to do to Alabama in college football, right? He out-athleticed you. He out-gamed, moment to you.
And it's exactly what I said yesterday. I'm not judging him based on this season. He's a rookie with no weapons. But kudos to them.
But guess what? Lil John Humphrey was called from the practice squad, and they said Lil John Humphrey is better than Keely Ringo. That's a problem.
Ringo was so bad last night. There was a play where he gets beat over the middle. The guy falls. He never even touches the guy. The guy got up and kept running.
I think Ringo thought the play was over, actually. But
Yeah.
so
He
bad.
did think the play was over. That's why I didn't touch him.
He just kind of like waltzed over, like, oh, okay, whatever.
All right, coming up, I want to get into some of the Phillies free agent decisions, some of the thoughts on the game last night. Adam Kaplan has football at 4, Bob Wankel tonight. More Sports Bash on the way, 97.3 ESPN.
There's still some room for improvement in the short term, and in the long term, I'm not ready to cast them off and say that they're a beatable team. Although last night did not look good, and it's going to be a long week and a half. I can only imagine what Sports Talk Radio in Philadelphia was like today.
Rich Eisen Show right here on 97.3 ESPN. Well, you're living it. What is it like? It's not good. Good day to be a Philly sports hater, as some of the people on the text board, and we love all you guys. I still don't understand how, listen, I said it yesterday, this Giants team is not very good. They are probably 6-11 type of team, if at best. Their schedule's brutal coming up. But they had a win last night that might propel them into getting some confidence. We'll see. I thought the Charger win would have been the win that gave them some confidence, and then they followed that up with a loss to the worst team in football. So I don't know where the Giants go from here. Quite frankly, don't care. Right? Don't care. They've been so irrelevant for so long. You have your flowers, have your day, enjoy it. I don't care whether you're happy that the Giants won or not. That team's not ready to do anything big picture right now. Maybe 2-3 years down the line, we'll find out. Again, I don't know. The Eagles last night looked like a team that didn't want to be there.
Yes.
And the Giants took advantage of that. So kudos to them. Kudos to the Giants for taking advantage of a team that has simply appeared that we're better than you, and we're going to beat you by walking on the field, and the Giants said, not this time. You've done it to us every other time. You're not doing it this time.
Well, I think it's also the idea where I think the Eagles, after the Broncos loss, assumed that this was a get-right game. And remember the conversation we had all week was, hey, is this the game where the offense finally wakes up, right?
Yep.
And then we had the whole, Saquon and AJ talked, and, everything's going to be fine.
Did they talk now? Because AJ last night was asked about it. He says, I don't know what you're talking about. Then he tweeted about it today. AJ Brown tweeted
really quick,
earlier.
For those who didn't hear it, I want you to hear what was the dialogue, Mikes, before you read the tweet, because I watched the presser the media scrum, we'll call it, last
I was
night.
awake for that.
And he had a big smile on his face when he was saying this. So listen to what he said, and then you can read the tweet.
You had this meeting this past week with Saquon, Jalen. What was behind that?
I don't recall a meeting.
Oh, okay. The meeting never.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Those guys said it did happen.
Oh, you didn't talk to them.
You weren't in the meeting.
I don't recall.
Or you don't want it?
I don't recall.
So AJ saying, I don't recall a meeting with Saquon Barkley.
And also he was saying it when he was smiling. He's got his big, grin on his face.
Yeah, he's got the AJ Brown grin. I say it all the time. He just flashes that smile and everything kind of goes away. He said today, he tweeted out, I'm trying to find the tweet and what happened to it. He essentially said, listen, it wasn't a meeting. I went to my car. Saquon and Hurts were outside, and we had a conversation. So he's making it like it wasn't some sit-down in the an office building here. And
right, there was no conversation in the auditorium or a side room or something.
Yeah. So I don't know what to make of this anymore. Because there are things last night. He seemed pretty composed and just like, hey, Kevin's good and we're good. We just got to be better. I mean, so it wasn't like he was ripping everybody a new one last night.
Yeah, I thought this comment, you mentioned the Patullo comment, this one just surprised me because for a guy that people have been kind of like, AJ's not happy, then he goes and says this?
I think he's doing an amazing job. He's trying to get us the ball and talk about things that we may see and the ideas that he has. It's nonstop communication, and I know he's getting a lot of scrutiny, but I think he's doing a good job and keeping this thing going.
So he does have some respect for the guy to where he didn't just come out and say we stunk. We're not, So this whole thing is bizarre, right? It is so the thing is so bizarre with what's going on right now. But I'll tell you this: the offense is. I can't even come up with a word for it. It's so bad. It is so bad with what this offense is.
Well, it's funny because you heard what Lane Johnson said earlier about the struggles of the offense. A.J. Brown, it's not like his messaging was very different. Take a listen.
No, I don't think it's adjustment. I think it's just like execution. I don't think adjustment. I think because we coming in with we know what they're doing, and we're going out there with the right mindset and the right plays. It's just lack of execution. That's just it.
Yeah, the lack of execution thing is constantly. Last week it was we need to get on the same page. Now it's lack of execution. And listen, part of the lack of execution is that Brett Toth got his ass whipped last night. By the way, Mailata got whipped last night, and he's a regular guy.
And by the way, can we mention about the Giants? There's one guy's name we haven't mentioned yet about the Giants. There's a conversation you could have that Brett Burns might be the best edge rusher in football. That dude, he made Mailata look like he didn't belong in the NFL. And Mailata is considered one of the better left tackles in football. Burns, Mike, he's one of the league leaders in sacks this year on a bad football team. And he basically said, looked at Mailata in the face. He says, I don't care how big you are. I don't care how athletic you are. I'm coming to take your lunch, big boy.
Yeah, he was all over the place. He was, I'm on national television. I'm having a coming out party.
Yeah, that was a guy who said, I want the whole world to know my name so you can buy my jersey.
Yeah, well, listen, they got problems up front. I've been saying that for weeks. Their offensive line is a huge problem here. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. I do want to get into, we're going to be weaving Phillies, Eagles. The game last night, the play of the Kirkering is so unbelievably
Bad.
Embedded into your head, but that's the play that will be the exclamation point on the loss of why you lost because of that particular play. But there's so much wrapped into this series. The top of the order has been so inept that I'm having a hard time. Like, it's crazy to have to ask yourself, do you want to bring Kyle Schwarber back? That's how bad the series was for the top of that order. Because here's the thing. After the game was over last night, the first thing everybody's thinking is, you can't bring this team back. You got to change this team. You can't bring it back. You can't run it back. You can't run it back. Turner's not going anywhere. Harper's not going anywhere. If you bring Schwarber back, your top three are still the same three.
Right.
And it's not like it's not his fault ultimately, but he's a part of that threesome that got absolutely nothing accomplished in this series outside of Game 3. So do you bring those three guys back and hit them 1, 2, 3 again?
I am having trouble seeing a scenario where you can run it back with this team. And for as much as I'm a huge Schwarber guy, as you know, Mike. I am a big Schwarber advocate. I think I've heard and seen all kinds of things about how he's beloved in that locker room. But you can't get rid of Harper and you can't get rid of Turner. And unless one of those guys, Harper or Turner, is going to accept a varied role in the lineup, Schwarber's the only guy right now of those three that you can do anything about.
The problem is Schwarber's the only one that is a free agent.
Correct.
So he's the only one that you can really change. So does he become kind of the guy who's the scapegoat for the other two guys? Because if you could ask me which one I would keep of the three, I'd say Schwarber.
Exactly.
I would keep Schwarber over Harper.
I would keep Schwarber over both of them.
Exactly. But I'm saying, I don't think anybody would pick Turner.
No one's picking Turner. Well, you've said you would amnesty his contract if you could.
Well, I would amnesty his contract because it's still 2033.
Right.
And to me, Turner's he made a great play at shortstop last night, which kind of was a big play in that moment.
He has gotten a lot better defensively.
But if I could get rid of that contract, I would in a heartbeat. But if I had to choose one of the three to come back and the other two have to go, Schwarber would stay, the other two would go.
Absolutely, because Schwarber is the one who was the most productive in the regular season.
Yeah.
And Harper has regressed. I don't know if it's just injuries. I don't know if it's just age. I don't know what it is exactly, but the fact that Harper...
Well, did you watch the Cubs game last night, the Brewer-Cubs game?
No.
Okay. So
I saw the highlights.
Well, I've been watching... I watched all the games, okay? So I went from the Eagles, I double-screened that game, the Cubs game. And
YouTube TV let you do that?
YouTube TV, yes. I did the Eagles game like that. Did you? You couldn't do that?
No.
Well, go to let's like the Jimmy Traina stuff that we played earlier in the week here, right? So people are going nuts about some of the decisions that were made last night. If you watch any game around baseball, right? If you just watch the Yankees play, again, like I say, take the Phillies out of this. Take the Phillies out of this whole conversation, okay? I got a guy who's been tweeting at me all day. He's a Dodger fan, okay? He's a Dodger fan. And he's telling me how much he hates Roberts because that the analytics that Roberts has to follow. So he's saying, and I said, you don't hate Roberts, you hate analytics. And he said, well, kind of, yeah, because that Roberts has to follow the analytics. So if you watch all the games in these playoffs,
Yeah.
these decisions go on in almost every game where the lefty comes in. Roberts does the same thing, right? They do the same thing. A left-handed batter comes up, they have to bring a left-handed pitcher in. Right-handed batter comes up, they have to bring a right-handed pitcher in. Here's what Jimmy Traina talked about people who blame the big league manager.
The amount of Yankee fans, I don't even know if it's just Yankee fans, but I'll focus on them because they're animals, who think Aaron Boone manages this team is insane. Aaron Boone pulls Max Fried because he'll get in trouble if he doesn't. They have everything mapped out before the game. Every single thing is mapped out before the game. This is the reliever you're going to go to. This is the pitch count. I mean, these idiots think Aaron Boone is the one who benched Jazz Chisholm and Ben Rice. Do you know how stupid you are to believe that?
So again, we go back to these decisions that get made are all things that you're just opening up a binder and saying, this is what the binder's telling me to do right now. This is what I have to do. And it sucks. It sucks that that's what the game has become. That's the worst of the worst. I hate it. And it's why the game has kind of gone down the road that it is. It's because the feel of it is gone.
Right.
And that's what I thought, happened a lot in this series for both sides.
Both sides.
Both sides.
By the way, you mentioned about how everyone does it. Jeter and A-Rod were making a similar conversation the other day on Fox Sports postgame where they were saying Aaron Boone's not making these decisions. Aaron Boone's being told to make these decisions. And that kind of gives you guys an idea that those are two Hall of Fame level players who are on national television. It's not just Mike Gill. It's not just Jimmy Traina. Not just David Sampson. That's two Hall of Fame players. Jeter and Jeter and A-Rod.
I didn't hear that. Yeah. No,
they were saying that the manager is not making these decisions.
A-Rod was on the other day and basically said every decision is made by the front office.
Yes.
He was on
the post game.
Was that A-Rod?
Well, it was A-Rod. What I saw was A-Rod and Jeter on the Fox Sports postgame on FS1.
Yeah, I heard A-Rod basically. I think I actually have the audio somewhere. I have A-Rod was on some radio interview, and he said it. Like, we got to stop blaming Boone. He doesn't make any of these decisions. These are all decisions. He said, look, I played, and they mapped out all these decisions. So A-Rod is basically backing up that all these things that have happened throughout the course of this series that we look at, it sucks. Yep. It really does. And I said before, what I don't like about analytics, I'm not like an anti-analytics guy. The thing that I don't like about the analytics is I don't think they should be included. Like, I don't think you should have access to them. It's not supposed to be whose data is better. That's not what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be, this guy versus that guy. What moves he makes versus what I make. Not what moves the computer told me to make.
And really quick, what's ironic is a man who was big into analytics, Joe Madden, no longer has a job because the league has gone so data-driven that Joe Madden said a couple of years ago, it's gone too far. And it's part of the reason why he doesn't have a job anymore.
Yeah, well, we'll get into it. I want to get people's thoughts on all the stuff. Coming up next, it's the unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Football at 4 is on the way as well with Adam Kaplan and Bob Wankel with the eulogy on the season at 5 o'clock.
I am at a point where I believe that these two should break up. I'm at that point. If you believe in Howie Roseman, which 99% of the football world does, trade A.J. Brown earlier than later, and you get assets by way of draft picks, you then also have those same assets to use to get someone else. Like if I told you the Eagles made 2 trades before the deadline involving wide receivers, one trading A.J. away, because as CC said, addition by subtraction, and then using some of that value they get to go get someone else.
Evan Cohen this morning on Unsportsmanlike. It's our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. It's brought to you by Whitehorse RV Center. Find fall closeout savings for 2025s and select pre-owned RVs. Shop now before they're gone. Whitehorse RV. Your RV adventure starts here. Is Evan Cohen convincing anybody? Should the Eagles think about breaking these two guys up? How about this? He says trade A.J. Brown, and you got to break these guys up. I think if people watch the game last night, you might say, how about keep A.J. Brown? Because the other guy did not play well last night. Now, the numbers would suggest that Hurts played pretty well. He did not. He was not good last night.
I don't think the problem is breaking up A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts. I think it's getting those guys on the same page, because there were moments where Hurts could have thrown the ball to him, and it's like Hurts just was squeezing the vice grip on the ball instead of throwing it.
Well, you almost feel like now Hurts, it's in his head that I have to throw the ball to A.J. Otherwise, I'm going to get scorched here.
You can't.
Like, I don't feel like having A.J. bemoaning the fact that he didn't get the ball on the sideline. You know, the whole thing, it's weird. You notice these things more when your team loses, but they go on while you win. Jalen sits by himself. No one sits near him. Right? He sits there all by himself looking at, sometimes he doesn't even look at the tablet. Now, last night, it looked like he had the tablet because it's almost like I'm reading the tablet, don't come near me. But all these things get blown up in the microscope more when you're losing.
At the end of the day, I don't know if divorcing AJ and Jalen fixes anything.
Well, I was going to say, how many people out there are at the point where they just went, I've had my buddies text me, it's time to get rid of AJ Brown. I don't know that I'm there yet, but the sand is going through the hourglass on this season. You lose again to Minnesota, you got the Giants in 2 more weeks. What's to say they don't come back here and kick your butt again? If that happens, that's before the trade deadline. You might have to evaluate where you are. Unsportsmanlike airs weekday morning 6 to 10 a.m. on 97.3 ESPN with Evan, Michelle, and Canny. It is brought to you today, our Unsportsmanlike moment, by Whitehorse RV Center. Find fall closeout savings on 2025s and select pre-owned RVs. Shop now before they're gone. Whitehorse RV, your RV adventure starts here. Well, we're going to look back at the night in New York against the Giants. Adam Kaplan has football at 4 coming up next.
I think there were some good moments in the run game today. Got ourselves behind this a little bit in the second half on some of the runs there. So we'll look at everything right there. We know we have the guys up front to be able to do that. Obviously, we got to do a good job putting them in positions to succeed, and then we got to go execute. So, we'll look at everything. Running a bunch of different types of schemes, but we'll look at everything to see what we're doing well and treat this like a bye week here this weekend.
Nick Sirianni last night after a pathetic Eagles effort in the loss against the New York Football Giants. We're unpacking this Eagles loss to the Giants for today's Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast and brought to you by our friends over at the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. And, of course, we'll be there on Monday when the Eagles look to get ready for the Minnesota Vikings. But first, let's unpack this loss, Adam Kaplan, to the New York Giants. And I don't even know where you start. It was one of the most embarrassing losses that I can remember in doing the show in terms of the quality of where you think you are versus the quality of where you think they are. And they got whipped last night. It wasn't a fair fight.
Yeah, they did. There's no doubt. Jalen Carter not being able to push off that heel, that's why he didn't play. He had that injury as coming out of Wednesday's walkthrough. That's never good. And as soon as I saw Gabe Hall up, he's not playing, and he didn't. Byron Young started for him. But the big one was Quinyon Mitchell's injury, Mike. Let me just go into a couple things. First of all, he's got a hamstring injury, so he was supposed to get an MRI today. He couldn't come back in the game. That's not a good sign. I know they've got some extra time here. But we knew this because we talked about it the entire offseason, that the Eagles probably would regret thinking that Ringo or Jackson could be starters opposite Mitchell. That obviously was a mistake. They never should have done that. Well, here's what happens. If you remember in the game, Ringo gets quasi-benched. They pull him, they put Jackson in, then Mitchell gets hurt. So Ringo's got to go back in the game, and Jackson's got to move over. And that's it. The Perry Nickerson, they basically just put on special teams. And remember, Mac McWilliams was a healthy and active, so you knew that the Giants don't be throwing the ball a lot with a rookie quarterback. But when they throw it, Mike, so Ringo gave up that 30-plus yarder to little Jordan Humphrey. If you never heard of him before, now you know who he is, by the way. He's a guy that Sean Payton used to coach with the Saints. He's a journeyman. They just activated him off the practice squad for the game, Mike. That's not good when if they had a pass. It's got to be the point with the Giants and Eagles' lack of a pass rush, which we'll get into in a couple minutes, that at this point, Mike, I was watching gosh, if they decide to throw the ball 30 times or more, the Eagles might give up 350 to 400. That's how bad it was, and their pass rush wasn't very good. But let's get started on offense here. So the two turnovers, Mike. Look, this is Hurts' first turnover. He did have a fumble earlier in the season, but they recovered it. Then A.J. Dillon had the fumble. So they lost the turnover battle. That was a problem. The running game, you mentioned it. Here's a question for you, Mike. What is more pathetic, the Eagles' running game this season or the Phillies' lack of offense in the playoffs? It's kind of in a way, it's the same thing. They're terrible.
It is. Well, I would say it's a good question because it's perplexing to me even last year at times. We had these conversations about how you have A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, Saquon Barkley, and the offensive line that you have, and you struggle. I said, you should roll out of bed with that offense and score 30 points. You should be I have so many points to score, I don't even know where I want to start this week. Yet they constantly struggle, and part of it is, we're going to utilize our rushing attack, run out the clock, and therefore you don't score as much because the clock's always running, but you're getting these big explosive plays, but they can't do that right now. But for them to have the talent, and now the Phillies I can understand. The top three guys are what they are. 4 or 5.
How can you? But Mike, they can't. The top three, you just mentioned it.
Right, no, I'm saying.
I don't accept that.
The top
it's
three.
Ridiculous. 2 years in a row.
Yeah, I agree, but Adam, I say to me, the Eagles, now the offensive line right now for the Eagles is a problem.
We're going to get into that. Yeah, that's on my point. Keep going.
But I would say that the offensive line is what you have had. The Eagles' offense is more complete. The line's good. The receivers are good. The tight end's good. The running. The Eagles the Phillies after the third guy in the lineup stink. Brandon Marsh hitting 5th on a playoff team is disgraceful.
It's embarrassing. Yes. I know. Bohm 4th. Are you kidding? He's not a cleanup hitter. Well, that's just
exactly. Bohm 4th, Marsh 5th.
I wish we were doing a Philly show together because I know you love baseball as much as I do. You played it. I literally could fill 2 hours easily on the Phillies this season, and How I was still worried about them being unable to hit. But let's get back to the Eagles, which is why I'm on here. And this is, it's interesting. You heard what I heard as you introduced me, what Sirianni said about the running game. First of all, yes, the first 2 runs were Barkley, a total of 31 yards. His longest run of the season, by the way, of 18. And the holes were great. Wow, I was like, okay, this is a good front the Giants have. After that, Mike, it's like they knew what the Eagles were doing. They completely shut them down. This is something we're not sure of. We're speculating a little bit, Mike, but Greg Cosell helped us with it because we all felt the same way. Something is going on with the Eagles not running outside runs. They're not. They're outside zone, which is a big staple for them. They're not doing it. They're not even tossing the ball and letting Barkley get around in. Our thought process, and this is what you were talking about earlier with the running game and what the problem is, and I know you're kind of alluding to it not being the same. Well, Mike, we've talked for I don't know how many weeks that Juergens clearly is not himself coming off the back surgery. He kind of confirmed it going on the record after the Denver game. And then you've got Dickerson, who's unable to play, who's dealing with, Mike, so many different surgeries, and he doesn't look right, Mike, physically. So the interior offensive line, you've got a first-time, full-time starter in Tyler Steen, right? It's been okay, not great. Lane Johnson is going to go to the Hall of Fame. He's a great football player. Now, just talking to people who've graded tape for us, he doesn't look quite the same. Not bad, he's still good, but he's not elite right now. In the way that the tape would show you. It's not what numbers would tell you. It's more of a tape study information. And Jordan Mailata is having some. Occasionally, he'll have plays that are not quite Jordan Mailata-like, like that we expect. So, Mike, if you add this up, when did we talk about any of this stuff last season? How about not? Not one problem that we had with the offensive line last season.
The offensive line, right. It was pretty crazy to say for pretty much other than the 4 weeks Mailata missed, you were healthy from left to right the whole way through. That just doesn't happen, and now you're having that. So the offense, some of the things you unpack is the offense turned the ball over last night, too. So you had an interception, then you had the Dillon fumble late, which, that thing was just, by that point you were at it was over. Yeah. But he had fumbled on the kickoff, too.
Mike, this kickoff thing, and that's on my notes here about special teams, they make the trade for Tank Bigsby, gave up 2 late-round picks. They basically pulled him off of it because he couldn't hold on to the football. So they've got problems, Mike. Offensively, though, Mike, in the 0 points in the second half. They've only scored 14 points in total in the last 3 games of the second half. It's kind of weird. I don't understand that one either, I'll be honest with you, Mike. There's so many things going with this football team now. You want to know, look, they are 4-2. Okay, let's not forget that. But there are issues with this football team that there's so many problems right now. I like what Nick said. They're going to treat this like a normal bye week. What did he mean? The coaches will self-scout. I'll be interested. I don't know if Nick will talk about it. Typically, talking to coaches over the years, that when you play a Thursday game, you give the coaches Friday and Saturday off. They come in Sunday and grade the tape. After getting shellacked like that, I would, if I'm Nick, I want everyone in today. I'm not giving those guys the weekend off. Hell with that. I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
They were not prepared, Mike, for that game. Coaches or players. And it starts with the coaches. That was an embarrassing effort. I love the way you actually said that, and I agree with you. It was absolutely embarrassing.
Totally. I mean, they got taken to the woodshed by the New York Football Giants, who, listen, their offensive line, not great, right? It's not like, and they got beat up on the offense, but they got beat up by the Giants' offensive line and their defensive line.
I couldn't believe it, Mike. I'm so glad you set it up like that. I was wrong. Well, I wasn't wrong in theory, but it wound up not happening. I thought for sure. I know the Eagles' defensive line or defensive front has been inconsistent, but knowing what I know about the right side of the Giants' offensive line, Jermaine Illuminor, I met Jermaine a couple years ago at the Super Bowl. He's from the area. He's a really good dude. Like talking to him, but let's face it, he's a journeyman tackle from formerly the Raiders and Patriots. He's sort of seen as a guard right tackle. Well, he played real well. Greg Van Roten from the University of Pennsylvania. I cannot believe this guy's still in the league. He was an undrafted free agent, Mike, in 2012, Mike. 2012 for the Packers. He's been with, I think, 7 or 8 teams. He played really well. How the heck? The Eagles, they got blown off the ball. I haven't even seen the tape yet, or I haven't talked to anyone. But someone I really respect from another team who actually watched the game, he's out scouting. He actually watched the game from his room. He didn't have access to the All-22 because it's not available. He said Phillies D-line got manhandled. And I'm like, how do you know that? He goes, trust me. I know what I'm looking at. I'm like, okay. So think about that, Mike. When does this ever happen? It's hard to believe.
Especially against a team like the Giants, whose offensive line is a mega problem for them. Like, that's one of the reasons why the Giants struggle so much. It's like, they can't do anything because the line is so bad. And for them to do what they did to that defense last night, the defensive front last night, that's something I want to get into in just a moment. But I want to kind of get back to this offense because Hurts, non-factor in the run game, throws the interception. What's going on with him right there in the run game and then missing guys? I mean, people keep blaming Kevin Patullo, but there's some plays out there, man.
I know. Look, obviously he's calling the plays. He's part of the issue. And Lane Johnson, that comment about that's too predictable. Lane did not really explain what that meant. I mean, but that's not what you want from your veteran player like Lane. But he did go on the record after the game and say that. I hope the media asks him next time they get him exactly to define what that meant. But Hurts, look, first half, big yardage. That was a great thing to see. But you touched on it earlier, Mike. They've got to get the run game going, and he's a complete non-factor in the run game. I'm stunned by this. Now, Greg Cosell told us that the Broncos, based on his tape study, completely had them figured out coming into the game because teams, they're running the same concepts, even with the hurry-up or RPOs. They know exactly what to do to it. And that's the thing. The Eagles are running the same scheme now for 5 years with little tweaks, like Kellen Moore tweaked some stuff last year. Still the same scheme, I'm told. Teams know what they're getting here, Mike. It's predictable. They're running the same scheme. But yet, why is it that they have these good halves? Like, it's not like it's all bad. They had two.
Adam, they had two drives: a 7-play, 75-yard drive, and an 8-play, 74-yard drive. It looked like they were finally getting into something here. But as a lot of these guys are saying after the second half, these defenses are changing their looks on you, and the Eagles cannot adapt to it for whatever reason.
Yeah,
they got shut out.
Right. So that's really good coaching by the defense. You saw Todd Bowles do it because Hurts. It's really odd. Hurts is phenomenal against the blitz this year. It's like last year, like 2030 he was terrible. Last year he improved, but now it's like he's getting it out quickly. Now, that does, by the way, just so you know, we haven't talked about this enough. We'll move to defense in a second. When you get rid of the ball quickly, sometimes too quickly, you're taking off yards after the catch. That's part of why, not last night, because he had a good yardage game, but when you're looking to get rid of the ball so quickly, you're not going to have big plays downfield. Yeah, you are getting it. You're not taking a sack, and you're helping your completion percentage. So this whole thing, Mike, let's move on from here, but it's a major work in progress. I'll tell you what, we'll talk more about this on Friday when we preview the game against the Vikings in Minneapolis. It could be Carson Wentz, by the way. If they look flat again, Mike, then I'm going to be all in saying this is 2023 again. I don't have that vibe like other people do. I know I'm sort of like on the minority right now. I get it, but I'm not saying it's not trending that way for me, but right now I'm not totally there where everyone else seems to be.
All right, let's go to the defense because they got taken to the woodshed as well. Poor tackling. The offensive line just absolutely destroyed you. And I'll tell you what, by the second half of that game, Adam, they were taking joy in lowering the shoulder and running you over.
I couldn't believe it, Mike. I saw Scatabo. Talk about a guy who was talking smack. I don't know if you saw the video after the game with the Amazon group. The guys after the game.
Yep.
They were now. Don't forget they play in Philly 2 weeks from now. We'll see where the Eagles are at mentally for that game. But yes, I could not believe how physical they were against this front. I know Jalen Carter didn't play. I get that. You need to mention that. Byron Young is an okay backup. Okay. Remember, by the way, when the Eagles traded Thomas Booker, I kind of hinted he might be starting. Thomas Booker starts for the Raiders.
Hey, listen, okay? my buddy Q Myers, who covers the Raiders out there, he texted me immediately, what are we getting in Booker? I said, I don't know why they didn't use him more. Every time he got on the field here, he seemed to be in the backfield making a play.
Yeah, he's a good football player. But the thing is, Mike, and I know that Dart didn't drop back much, and he did run a little bit. He's actually, his first 3 games, starts of his career, he's over 50 yards per game. But the lack of a pass rush, that was the thing. Again, I mentioned Greg Van Roten from the University of Pennsylvania, who's now 35 years old playing right guard. They couldn't beat Illuminor or Van Roten. I just don't understand that. Fangio's got to figure it out. On Vic, as much as we praise him from day one, I don't quite understand what that defensive game plan was last night. Now, obviously, you lose Mitchell. You don't have Carter. You're going to have to adjust on the fly. But they were bad early in the game, Mike. This was not like, oh, well, these guys aren't in the game, and particularly Mitchell. And then they started off really well against the Eagles. The Eagles got down early, as you know, big.
Yep.
Now, I'll give the Eagles credit for fighting back, actually taking the lead briefly. And then the secondary, Mike, oh, boy. It was an absolute disaster.
I will. Before we get to the secondary, real quick, when they did get a pass rush, this is where Dart was dangerous because he just kept, extending the play, running around. It looked like you were watching, Johnny Manziel at Texas A&M.
Well, it's funny because Fangio said he compared him to Baker Mayfield. He said, "Look, the guy could run," and he said that about Knicks, but he said the same thing. He's like the other two guys we faced. So, yeah, he could run, and today's quarterbacks are no longer just drop back passers. A lot of them are athletic and could run.
Mm-hmm.
I just the touchdown run that he had. I mean, talk about the Red Sea parting. I mean, that I don't know what happened there, Mike, but they have a lot. They've got a lot of corrections. It's kind of like the dam broke on both sides of the football.
Yep.
And now you got defensive injuries, so they got a lot to clean up here.
Let me. You were going into the secondary. Ringo, I mean, he lets the guy catch a pass in front of him. The guy goes down. Ringo never touched him. It's almost like he just gave. They picked on Ringo all night. I mean,
he did.
He had a rough night. Then Mitchell goes out, and it just went downhill from there.
Yeah, look, I'm not saying it's going to happen by next week, but it didn't stop the Browns and Jaguars. The trade deadline's not till the first Tuesday in November. Jaguars and Browns made swap cornerbacks. A very odd trade. I don't know what is a major trade, but it's very fascinating, though. To be honest with you, it would not surprise me with the next week how he's got a corner in here. He's got to do something. I know it's hard to trade for corners. Who's going to get the starting corner? Typically look to the bad teams. But, man, Mike, let me tell you something. If Mitchell doesn't play next week, can you imagine Ringo and Jackson against Justin Jefferson? Are you serious? And Addison. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Get out of here! Like that, they're giving up 50 next week if that happens.
Can you just think about what you just said, Adam? Did you ever think there was a time this season
No.
that you were going to talk about him, the Eagles defense giving up a 50, like being a weakness?
I'm joking about 50, but they would give up. By the way, Carson Wentz. I was talking to Greg Cosell about this because he stopped. He wanted to tell me how good he looked. So the mechanics were really good last week against Cleveland. He had no turnovers. He looked healthy, moving well. I mean, how could Minnesota go back to McCarthy the way that Wentz played? And by the way, against Pittsburgh, yes, he did turn it over 3 times, but he looked decent. He improved on it. They're coming off their bye week, by the way. But, yeah, boy, the Eagles, Mike, both sides of the football. It's not just one side.
No, not bad. No, both sides of the football. Special teams, don't let them off the hook either, man.
I can't believe this. By the way, Sidney Brown, I know Vic has had enough of Sidney Brown because you saw what happened. Blankenship leaves. Who does he put in? Marcus Epps, who just got elevated from the practice squad. And another special teams spending from Sidney Brown. And Andrew DeCecco and I were talking earlier today. Andrew talked because he's sitting in the press box. He said Brown came real close to getting second penalty. I mean, at this point, I know Sidney Brown's a good special teams player. They clearly don't trust him on defense. And then I know that now we'll get to the positives in a second. But these special teams returns, are you serious? Terrible.
Awful. Awful. And they traded for multiple guys to try to do that role.
Embarrassing. Absolutely. Howie, look, 2 picks he gave. Now, I know the response is that Bigsby has a 2-year deal and he could replace Dillon next year. That's fine. But it looks like a disaster so far.
Sure does. Any positives in the night there, Adam Kaplan?
I have a couple, very quickly. 4 penalties. I had to really search for some. Tied for season low because I look at that stuff, accepted penalties. Only 4, that's good. Pass protection was actually really good, Mike. They had a couple lapses. Hurts had plenty of time. Goddard, really good to see Hurts and Goddard, Mike, in their chemistry, which we saw in training camp. As I always say, and I've learned my lesson, just because you see it in training camp doesn't mean you'll see it in the regular season. But, boy, Goddard and Hurts are doing well. And, by the way, Braden Mann and Jake Elliott, at least those guys they're the best part of the football team right now.
Braden Mann, he's gonna.
That's not good.
Braden Mann's leg's gonna fall off. Oh my God,
Mike. Look, they're 4-2. I know we're extremely negative. It's our job to tell the truth. We're not purposely being it. How do you Because I'm looking at our YouTube board. People are going out of their minds. They want everyone fired. Because it always happens. One guy alluded to Lurie should sell the team. He didn't quite say that, but he hinted. I love these fans. I actually look forward to it when I get up this morning. I couldn't wait to read it because Jeff and I we dropped our show. I don't know 6:30. We actually taped it this morning, by the way.
Yeah.
And people were waiting for us to post it. They were killing everyone. It's actually good theater, folks. If you want to get a good laugh,
Hey, listen.
feel free to chime in.
My
on our
favorite
YouTube
part of the text board is I'm watching the Phillies game last night, and people are texting in while we're not even on the air. Ripping this, doing that. This guy's terrible. Fire Thompson. It's just it's why we love what we do some days, right? These are the days.
I do. Real quick, what is your thoughts on Topper? Stay or go?
I think they got to replace him, not because I think that he's the problem. I just don't. It's like Brett Brown. You just can't keep bringing him back again. It's over. Like, they've tried 4 times. It hasn't worked. And here's the problem, as I see it. I don't know how they're going to, like everyone says, you got to change this team. I don't know how they're going to, you got to get really creative to change this team up. So you can't bring back the manager and Harper and Turner and Marsh and Real Muto and Schwarber. You know what I mean? Like, something has to change. So he basically has to be the sacrificial lamb, in my opinion.
Mike, they have to have a brand new outfield, and that'll happen. They know this; it's obvious. And I cannot believe that Dombrowski thought that the Marsh and Rojas center field was going to work. Like, my 95-year-old mom knew that wouldn't work. Really dumb.
I just don't understand. And I don't understand. You never gave the kid Crawford a shot. Like, okay, this kid is having one of the 3 best statistical minor league seasons in like the last 10 years, and you never said, you know what? Let's see if this guy can be better than Rojas. Like, you give Rojas a shot. By the way, you know what I saw today that made me really open my eyes about Rojas? He's only 25 years old. That means in 2022, when he was up here on that, he was 22 years old playing for you in the World Series. Why was it okay for Rojas, which was a nothing burger prospect for you, but the Crawford kid doesn't get a shot? That whole thing, I'll never understand it.
I'm with you, Mike. This is. I wish we were doing a couple hours here, at least having a beer and talking about this, because it's the one time in my career or life I get to be a fan. I was so mad the last 2 days, and I hated that Topper didn't let Nola keep pitching, but 2 nights ago. But anyway,
that's all mapped out beforehand.
I know it was, but I had not seen Nola throw 95, Mike. That was incredible. I had trouble sleeping. That's how much I was pissed off. But I'll be honest with you, I get to be a fan sometimes.
Yeah. Hey, listen, it's that's the one thing that really has saddens me about baseball is the feel is gone. It is all by the book. There's a lefty up the bat, you got to put a lefty in. There's a righty up the bat. Like I said, in what universe does anybody walk Alec Boehm? But he's right-handed. The pitcher.
Believe it.
Well, he's right-handed. The pitcher was left-handed.
I know. And they didn't play. They put my man Tanner Banks in. I thought Topper missed on that, but we'll talk on Tuesday, Mike. I'm sure.
All right, man. Enjoy it.
Thanks. See you.
There's football at 4. A little baseball mixed in. See, even the football guys watching that Phillies game last night. Adam Kaplan, Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, brought to you by our friends at the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. We'll be there on Monday. Hey, stop out and see us. Watch some Monday Night Football. I don't care if you watch the rest of the baseball. It's too depressing. My friends at the Nizams, they have a great lunch buffet. They're back Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Plus, they've got the great banquet space that seats up to 100 people for private events and celebrations. You know what? The Eagles ripped you off because when the Eagles win, you win. Free tandoori chicken wings over at the Nizams. You know, I've been talking about them for a while. And my buddy last night said, what are you going to do for the game? You know, for the games last night, food-wise. And I actually said to him, you know what? I might stop at Nizams on my drive home and pick up some those spicy chicken tandoori wings, but maybe that's why they all lost. I didn't get the right wings there. Actually, love it over there. I love the fact they got the big banquet room for 100 people. Bring a lot of people because they have a lot of food for you. All right, I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. It's Nuggets time. When we come back, now Nuggets tweeted out last night that the Nuggets might be silent because he's so distraught. See what he says next, Sports Bash.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Here in New Jersey, it's one wow after another, after another, after another. I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. Imagine strolling through over 6,000 wow-worthy hand-carved jack-o'-lanterns. Well, you don't have to imagine it. You just have to visit Skyland Stadium Jack-o'-lantern Experience in Augusta. The spectacular 45-minute walkthrough attraction also features seasonal food and drink, live music, an interactive corn maze, and more. What a great way to get into the Halloween spirit. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. Phillies season came to an end Thursday as they lose Game 4 against the Dodgers in Los Angeles 2-1 in 11 innings, 2 outs, and the bases loaded. A throwing error by pitcher Orion Kerkering allowed the Dodgers to score the winning run. Nick Castellanos had an RBI double for the Phillies in that loss. The Eagles, they lose back-to-back games, falling Thursday night to the Giants 34-17. Jalen Hurts threw for 283 yards with a touchdown to Dallas Goedert, who also had a touchdown run. Saquon Barkley held to 58 yards on 12 carries. Cam Skattebo rushed for 3 touchdowns for the Giants. Eagles will face Minnesota in Week 7, October 19th. The Flyers lost their season opener Thursday, losing 2-1 to the Florida Panthers in Sunrise. Noah Cates scored Philadelphia's only goal. They will stay on the road and face Carolina Saturday in Raleigh. Progressive Insurance, bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN.
From the Townsquare, New Jersey Info and Weather Network, I'm Chief Meteorologist Dan Zarrow. By the numbers for this weekend's coastal storm, 1 to 3 inches of rain, top wind gusts 40 to 60 miles an hour, 2 to 4 feet of storm surge, causing widespread moderate to major coastal flooding. Things really go downhill Sunday afternoon and evening. For tonight, partly cloudy, low 52, turning cloudy tomorrow. Could be a shower or sprinkle at some point, high 67. Rainy and windy Sunday with coastal flooding. Get weather 24/7 wherever you are. Download our free mobile app today.
All right, 4:31 on a Friday. Happy hour Friday. People were texting, tweeting last night at me that they were starting early because of the Phillies loss last night. What are you having on a happy hour Friday? Let me know right now, 609-403-0973. Time for the Nuggets. They're brought to you by the Hub Gear that works as hard as you do. Now, Earnshaw said last night that the Nuggets might be silent Nuggets today. No Nugs today. He was so distraught last night after the game. See what Nuggets we have today here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. All right, Nick. Well, it was an awful night, man. It was an awful night to be a fan, trying to watch all three games, and all three let us down. How much of the Flyers did you get in last night?
Got a little Flyers in last night, unfortunately. Got a little bit in. I had the phone up, so I was watching on the phone. Eagles and Flyers were limited to the phone last night, okay? Phillies were locked on the big 80-inch TV. Okay, that's where the Phillies were. And by the way, I wish I didn't watch any of it because it was so disgusting. It was one of the worst nights I've ever seen in my lifetime. And I know how spoiled, as a Gen Zer, as a Zoomer, Philly sports fans are. If you're a Zoomer, you've gotten to see a lot. A Phillies World Series, 2 Eagles titles, etc. You've seen a Stanley Cup appearance, all that, other than the Sixers. It's been pretty good to be a Philly sports fan as a Zoomer. Last night was just a dismal display from each team. Eagles, awful. And they're getting off the hook today because of the Phillies. And we'll get to them in a second. Flyers, opener. You're a little excited for them. Nothing. Nada. They lose that game. I know it was the Panthers. But still, they couldn't help anybody out and just not make it 0-3. And then you have the Phillies. I tweeted out last night, we could just make this silent for 20 minutes. But unfortunately, we are regulated to stay on the air and keep things going and have no dead air. So I guess I have to talk today about this because there's nothing to say about what the Philadelphia Phillies did last night. The problem, listen, Kerkering, feel bad for the guy, but you got to make that play. That is a little league play. He didn't even look towards first base. So that's number one. I get that. But the bats were the problem. Again, 1 for 14, your top 3 guys. Turner, Schwarber, Harper. That is the series right then and there. Those guys fell apart again and again. They were 3 for 35 in games 1, 2, and 4. That was your series. The only game they hit, they were 7 for 13. That was it. Just awful. And the fact that the season ended the way it did, with Orion Kerkering not even glancing towards first base, having his catcher pointing towards first, as well as the runner didn't even touch home plate, had to go back and touch home plate. Could have had him out if he even makes a throw. There it is.
With taps playing underneath, it just went perfectly.
It's just brutal. I as a Philly sports fan, I feel for everyone out there. I turned the Eagles game off after the interception. I turned it off. I said, I can't take it anymore. And I think most of the Delaware Valley felt that way. There's Nugget 1.
Nugget 1, it was one of the worst nights that I can remember. I had the split screen going. I'm watching the Eagles, and I kept texting our group, like, by the way, it's 14-3 Giants over here. Like, if you're not paying attention to that, this is the worst. Like, what we're watching, the Eagles was Phillies was excruciating. It was just excruciating because of the tension and them wiggling out of innings and every decision and everything that was coming up here. But I'm watching the Eagles on the split screen. I'm saying, dude, they're awful right now. Awful.
Oh.
I tell you this, I will admit, I did not flip to the Flyers once.
Oh wow! I checked in because I was like, "Oh, it's a close game. They're in it." And you know what's even better? It was almost simultaneous when the Flyers game ended with Kerkering's blunder. It was almost simultaneous at the same time.
Well,
That's
did you
what
see?
made it even greater.
Did you watch any of the post game last night on Phillies post game on?
I couldn't do it. I sincerely could not do it.
It was on Philly. It was on NBC Sports Philadelphia Plus. Well, they couldn't get the microphones working, and then the Flyers game was bleeding into it. So they had like the Flyers audio over top of them trying to talk last night. I said, this is just apropos. You got Barkan going ballistic and Ricky Bo trying to like talk back to him, but you had the Flyers game like on top of them. It was something to be seen. But hey, listen, the Kerkering thing. He just panicked, man. He just panicked. And I said all along, listen, I like Kerkering's stuff. His makeup is not there. He does not have the makeup to be in that position. So I don't know why he was the guy they went to in that spot. I said all along, like obviously in game one, they went to Robertson. Yep. He was the higher guy on their list. So why in game one was it Robertson? In game two, it was Kerkering. And then last night, they went back to Kerkering. Why not Robertson? But to me, why not Buehler at all? Because why I would have gone to Buehler last night. Buehler's the only guy in that bullpen that shows you he has the stones to get the last out of the World Series. Mm-hmm. And then the other thing I like about Buehler in that spot is he's a starter. You could probably throw him for 3 innings, and that's a spot where I need to now lengthen my bullpen. I don't want to keep going 1-1-1. I wanted someone to be Sasaki. Sasaki gave them 3 innings, and that was huge for them.
Yeah. Thompson and Cotham's binder telling them to put Kerkering in that spot and taking out Luzardo. I know it's the righty-lefty thing. I get it. But my goodness. And you mentioned it before. We talked about it yesterday. If you're going to take Luzardo out there, why not Buehler? What the heck? I mean, can we have the soundbite somewhere? Buehler. Get the professor saying it, because why did you go out and get that guy? He didn't pitch once in the whole series. Why on earth do you even make the signing? You were testing him out during September, and piggybacking him off of Taijuan Walker to see if he could that moment. And he didn't use him. I don't
understand. I don't understand either why.
Buehler.
There it is.
Buehler.
I don't understand why he was not even considered in this, and nobody really asked it to what I understand. Hey, listen, you had a guy last year that closed out the World Series and pitched pretty well for you. Was there any reason why you did not think about using him in any of the roles? I that one to me is a little perplexing. Luzardo, that was a weird thing. He said that he had thrown 30 pitches, that he had thrown 2 days earlier, and that this was like his side day. So they were like, I don't like that either, because, look, you got to empty – unless he was told beforehand, hey, listen, you only got him for 30 pitches tonight.
It's unbelievable. You in that situation, you throw till your arm falls off. I don't care. 30 pitch. You can't play the next day. His arm will be fine, because guess what? He's going to have plenty of rest till next February.
Well, the next thing is, hey, he's out. He's out with Tommy John surgery because he threw, on Monday night and then brought him. And I don't know. Listen, I would have left Luzardo in the game.
Yeah.
You don't know what happened behind closed doors that said, hey, this is how much you have. Because he said their plan was only to use him for 1 inning, but the fact that he got through that inning so quickly, they went back out for the second inning. So it was pretty apparent their thought was only 1 inning for him because he pitched the night before. And I would imagine he was supposed to be the pitcher tomorrow night.
Yeah. Well, guess what? That was out the window because you already brought him in. So you might as well just let him till his arm falls off.
I get that. I get that. But that's what I'm saying is we have no idea what the plan was before the game in terms of how much you could use him.
Yeah, no, I understand that point.
So that's why those decisions there. Those decisions there, right? I hate we don't know who's like the team doctor might have said, hey, he gets 30 pitches. That's what you get for him. Because this is the world that baseball is. It sucks.
I know. It
sucks.
sucks.
So we're sitting here breaking down all these moves, but we have no idea. Why'd you take Luzardo out of the game? Because at that moment, you're thinking he's cruising. Like, this is the guy you stick with because he's a starter. He can go 3 innings like Sasaki did for them. And you take him out after an inning and 2/3, and his answer afterwards, well, it was his side day. He thrown 30 pitches.
Yeah.
And then it was a right-hander. They had 2 righties up to bat there. Well, that's what ends up winning the day is the right-handed batters tell the story.
Yep. Listen, there's just no
every time that's the answer. That is, hey, this is what I'm told to do. When a right-handed batter comes in, I have to use a right-handed pitcher. That's what the story is.
It's every time, and I'm just sick of it. I think fans should be sick of it too, because this is what baseball has become. It's so regimented. It's predetermined. Every time.
You remember when you and I had the conversation regarding data and analytics, and Nick Nurse said, or somebody said they don't use it or they use it or whatever. I don't even remember.
I think it was Nurse, yeah.
To which I said, you're saying, hey, use as much as you can. And I said, I want analytics out. I want them out of my games. It has ruined the spirit of competition. It is not supposed to be who has better data. It's supposed to be who's better, you or me. It has ruined the competition. The spirit of competition is not supposed to be who has better data that moved me over 2 steps. That's supposed to be, if your manager doesn't have the feel to move you over 2 steps, then I'm going to get a base hit. It shouldn't be, well, this printout says he's going to hit it there 87% of the time, so I'm going to move over there.
Yeah.
That's not what this stuff should be in sports, and it has completely ruined what sports were so awesome about. It's I'm better than you, and I'm going to prove it. Not your data is better than mine, so you're beating me.
It's just so over the top at this point. Like, you just don't, like, where's a nice balance? Like, yes, you want to have an advantage. You want to have the numbers in front of you. All right, maybe this can influence my decision. But have a little feel. Watch what's in front of you. Just have a nice balance there. That's all we're asking for. I like having the analytics to help you make a decision. Fine. But also use your best judgment in the moment. You have a balance. That's all you ask. Don't go by the binder. Just don't look down at your paper the whole freaking time. Look what's in front of you. And there was no feel. There's just no feel anymore.
Well,
and you can feel that in the series. And Rob Thompson over and over and over again.
Well, and it's funny because we were playing the audio with Jimmy Traina from earlier in the week where he talked about, if he even tries to use his feel, Aaron Boone, he knows he's going to get fired. That's why he's got to do some of the things, and you're perplexed at some of these decisions. You're like, dude, are you out of your mind? What's going on here? But it's not a feel. It's that's the thing is you go back to Dave Roberts in the regular season game against the Phillies when Ohtani pitches. Does anybody really think Dave Roberts wanted to take Ohtani out of a game where he's throwing a no-hitter? Like, seriously, you got to be an idiot to think that Dave Roberts, the manager of the baseball team, trying to win a game, says, you know what's smart right now? Let me get my pitcher who's throwing a no-hitter out of the game. At that moment there, anybody who thinks the manager makes any of these decisions completely gets blown up because Dave Roberts isn't dumb enough to say, I got a great idea. My ace pitcher's throwing a no-hitter. Let me take him out. And they ended up losing that game. He doesn't want to take the pitcher out of the game. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. I just can't believe that's how it went down yesterday. Just bad decision making. And they just continue to go by the binder, by the book every single time. You know, the Moose, George the Moose Earnshaw is rolling in his grave. This guy completed 5 complete games in World Series in the 1920s. All right, they're just rolling in their graves from that era, just rolling. Back
as they should, as they should.
Worried about 30 pitches in an elimination game. Give me a break. By the way, I want to talk about the Sanchez thing too. The missed call by the umpire. The fact the umpire apologized after the 2-2 count, missed the strike 3 call, and that led to the 1 run being scored. That guy comes around to score. Alex Call tie the game in the 7th inning. I can't wait for ABS to come back next year. Get it rolling. The heck with just spring training. I can't wait for it to be implemented totally because those are monumental game decisions that are being perfected by this entire team. I can't even get the word out right now because I'm so distraught at that the fact that he apologized. He knew he was wrong. He missed the call. We need ABS so bad. So bad. And that's a situation where it would have been perfect to use. Perfect.
And the umpire apologized to Sanchez after the game, said he missed the call.
Yeah. I can't even get the words out. I can't even speak correctly because it's infuriating that umpires have that much control over the situation of the game. And it changed the momentum of the entire game. Who knows what happens? They win 1-0. And that could be it. They could be moving on play on Saturday. But no. Because they didn't get that call, it changed the whole complexion of the entire game. When those decisions are made, that's a massive issue, and I'm glad ABS is going to be here because it was needed last night. Much needed.
Yeah, and listen, you could get 5. The problem is you're going to get 5 pitches an inning. That's the problem is you're going to be seeing because the way that box is up there still is a little like I think I do think it's a problem. I think it's going to be a problem where that thing grazes the top of the zone, and it's like it's on the line. Is it off the line? Is it like I don't know? It's going to have to be much better.
Yeah, it can't be worse than it is now. It just can't be worse. All right, nugget number 2. Now the Eagles a little bit. Do some audio from Lane Johnson. I mean, you just look at film. You can be a Madden player. I just debated Mark Schlereth on House of Highlights about Madden. You as a Madden player, only a Madden player could figure out what this Eagles offense is doing, okay? Take a listen to the predictability that Lane Johnson talked about of this offense.
And I feel like last 2 weeks, you know what it is. You know when the pass is coming. You know when the run's coming. So, but it all starts with us, collectively as offense. So, and moving forward, we gotta do a better job of that.
So the All-Pro Hall of Fame level offensive lineman Lane Johnson is even saying, "Yeah, we're too predictable. Everyone knows what's coming. Everyone knows what's coming." At this point, I don't get it. I don't get it.
Listen, their offense is a big problem. It's all 3 layers. It's the offensive line is the starting part of the problem here. Their offensive line is getting whipped up front. Mailata had a bad game last night. He got whipped. Toth got absolutely Rochambeau'd. So they're having big problems all over the line, and that's where they dominated you last year. And this is what we see in football all the time. Teams that have really good skill position players, and you're taking a look at, like, why isn't this team very good? They have Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. Well, guess why? The Cincinnati offensive line is horrible. That's why. So if you can't get your offensive line together, this is going to be a problem. This is going to continue to be a problem if you can't get this together.
Yeah, last night, just watching on the cellular device before I turned it off on the big TV when the Phillies were over. I mean, just poor execution. You know what's coming. Dan Orlovsky talked about it, too, on ESPN today. Like, what if Saquon lined up in a certain spot, you know the play that's coming. Defenses, it's easy to figure out. They have film on this now. And that goes on the offensive coordinator, too. Like, the offensive coordinator has to make an adjustment. Something. It's like if Kevin Patullo's offense, his plan going into it, is adjusted to, he can't make the counter adjustment to adjust to the other adjustment, if that makes sense.
Listen, there was a lot of plays that they missed. So we always want to put it on the coaches. We love coaches.
And Jalen didn't play well either. I will say that. He didn't play well either.
They had plays to be made, and they did not make them. They had plays to be made, and the one to Devontae Smith, that's wide open. You got to connect on that. Fine. You don't hit that one. There was about 5 to 6 others that you had open that you just did not connect on. And when you have those open plays, you have to be able to connect on them. You can't miss. You can't have guys running free and miss when you're struggling like this. That goes unnoticed when your team is winning. But then goes back to all the people that complain about these lists, this is what they watch. They're watching a guy. Listen, Hurts to me is not a top 5 quarterback. He wins, and therefore I don't care. That's why I say I don't care where he is on the list. But I will never fight for him to be on the top 5 of any list. You know why? There's too many games like this where that's why he's not included on the list. That's why he's not on these lists, because when the game every week gets put in your hands, you can't do it one week. You can't do it once.
You've got to be able to consistently do it. And they're turning these games over to him right now, and it does not look good.
4-2. They lose 2 straight. Listen, a little more chill weekend. Just we got. I think we need just a break. Just break this weekend. Maybe the Flyers will actually get a win. They can help us out a little bit, get the mojo back up. I don't know. What a disaster last night. What an absolute disaster.
It was bad. It was bad.
Bad. To say the least.
All right, there's the Nuggets. They're brought to you by the Hub Gear that works as hard as you do. We worked harder than everybody else last night. I can tell you that much. Our phones were zipping back and forth. The text chain was going nuts. Nuggets brought to you by the Hub, and this hour we wrap it up brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating service and installation. Plumbing. Call them 609-390-3907, online, broadlease.net. When we come back, all right, we're going to get into the eulogy with Bob Wankel. A Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat. What did he think about the season, the game, the decisions, who stays, who goes? It's a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat. Bob Wankel from the Fighting Words podcast joins us next on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video on the X platform and YouTube at Mike Gill Show. As heard last night on 97.3 ESPN, Orion Kerkering throws the ball wide of JT Realmuto. It didn't matter if he threw him a strike. It wasn't going to be an out anyway, and the Phillies lose. We're continuing the eulogy today. Our next sermon is coming from Sir Bob Wankel from the Fighting Words podcast. That's a way to lose it, Bob. That's one way to go, isn't it?
That was an all-timer last night, Mike. It's about as bad as it gets. Makes you want to rip your hair out.
You want to say you feel bad for Kerkering, but I don't. I mean, that's a play that he did in Clearwater 100 times a day. Not 100 times, 100 times a day. You got to make the play. You can't buckle. There's so much there. But what happens in that play, essentially, I mean, as I see it, he didn't either know how many outs there were or he just completely panicked. He tried to throw the ball home, saw that JT was throwing to first, but couldn't slow himself down, which why it made his throw look so awkward, and you had an all-timer.
Yeah, I think what jumps out at me is just the lack of attention to detail and lack of having a game plan in that situation. And, yeah, like you have to execute your pitch, and you're most worried and concerned about executing the pitch in that spot, but you have to know exactly what you're going to do. If the ball's taking towards the first base line, taking towards the third base line, if it's hit in front of you, where are you going? Who are your base runners? You just have to have a game plan. And I think the lack of preparation, the lack of game plan in that instance created the panic. And you said it. I mean, he made the wrong decision. Even if he made a good throw to the plate, he probably doesn't beat the runner. And Pages is about 43 feet down the baseline by the time Orion Kerkering regroups. I mean, that play, he's out by 3 or 4 steps at first base. Kerkering simply just picks up the ball and is decisive in going to first base with it.
No doubt about it. The question I would have over everything is, and why is Kerkering in the game there? That would be the thing. And Rob said after the game, right-handed. He gave the caveat of, Luzardo was at 30 pitches. He had pitched, recently. This was supposed to be a side day. But the question you really could ask is, why Kerkering there? Do you look at that whole situation and say, yeah, why Kerkering?
Well, I think you look at the entire situation and just say they're an arm short in the bullpen, and you can blame Dave Dombrowski for that. You can blame the lack of in-season development for that, of a guy like Andrew Painter, who leaves you a little bit short. You can blame injuries and Zach Wheeler not being part of the rotation, which kind of takes away some of that flexibility that they wanted to put into the bullpen. But you got a bonus inning, inning plus out of Jesus Luzardo. You look at this spot, and it's just like, what else are you going to do? Did you feel good about David Robertson in that spot? At least Orion Kerkering can miss a bat. Could you have taken Sham longer before you went to Luzardo? Like, maybe. But at some point, these are your guys, and you just simply have to ride with them. It's what you have. And, I'm not going to give Orion Kerkering any credit, but, he made the pitch. In terms of what he was supposed to do on the mound, he did his job. He just had an all-time blunder and meltdown after that. And I will say this.
That is a good point, by the way, Bob. I do want to touch on that. You're all right. He actually made a pitch to get out of the inning. The ball hit back to the pitcher's mound with bases loaded. That's a big pitch to get out of the inning. He just didn't execute the next part of it. But that is a good point that no one's really bringing up is, for all he can't get out of these innings and the inherited runners, if he makes the right play, he does get out of that inning.
Yeah, and let's be fair about this, right? He's still a kid. He's been big leagues now 2+ years. He has good stuff. Is there a world where this guy turns into a really good, consistent, dependable late inning reliever? Yeah. I know it feels like we've been down this road for a decade with him, but he's still very young and he's had productive spurts. But in this moment, it's really hard to sit here and say yeah, he's going to be able to do it in Philadelphia. He has not been able to, time and time again, navigate tight situations. I mean, he consistently kills them when the lights are brightest. And, last night is the ultimate blow up. And I just wonder if this is a thing where everybody catches their breath and you say, look, we can use him as a 6th, 7th inning guy next year. He's still super young. He's developing. Or do you say, it just can't be here? Best of luck, change of scenery. We got to move on. And I think it's fair to question his ability to navigate difficult situations. Not to say that he can't figure it out or he won't figure it out, but in this moment, how do you go to that guy in a big spot if you're the Phillies, ever again?
Listen, I've been a big Kerkering proponent because of his stuff, but he obviously doesn't maybe have the mental makeup. You can have all the stuff in the world. So, listen, I don't know the guy personally. I never talked to the guy. I don't know mentally what he is. You're right, he is a young guy. He's got awesome stuff. He just obviously doesn't trust it all the time, and he's still learning how to pitch at this level. He kind of came out of nowhere a couple of years ago, pitched 4 games, made the postseason roster out of nowhere, and I still don't think he has enough between the ears to trust himself with the stuff that he has. That being said, that play obviously will be the one that's looked at because it's the final moment. Let's go to the Ohtani decision. Get your thoughts on that. You know, my phone's blowing up last night. You got to walk Ohtani. You got to walk Ohtani. You got to walk Ohtani. And this is one of those situations. It's a 50-50. If he walks him and that happens, you get killed for it. If he doesn't walk him and Ohtani crushes one and it's he's 1 for 17, you're just waiting for that moment. Oh, here's one, a guy that I have 2 homers off of in 6 at bats. They're playing the percentages here. So did you have a problem walking Ohtani?
I did not. I think that the Phillies, from a pitching perspective, navigated things about as well as you could. They had a great game plan for Shohei Ohtani throughout the series. It was really phenomenal what they were able to do with him. Betts had a little bit more success. Freeman, the numbers weren't good for Betts or Freeman, but situationally they contributed a little bit to the Dodgers, success here. But I think from the Phillies pitching standpoint, you really can't ask for much more. They're thin in the bullpen, but in terms of just the starters, the relievers later in the series, like these guys did execute. To me, like we can sit here and talk about what happened at the end. We can talk about the decision, with Duran in the game, in the 7th. Is that too early? The walk, the whole deal. This is all about the lineup. Like, yes, the Dodgers had outstanding pitching in this series, like elite level arms and elite level starters who transition to bullpen roles. Like, but you've got to score more than 1 run in 11 innings. Like, and frankly, they just didn't even have a ton of opportunities. Like, yeah, they did situationally have 1 or 2, but like they just did not put a lot of pressure on the Dodgers from an offensive standpoint throughout the series. It was super disheartening and not entirely surprising.
No, it's not. So real quick on the Ohtani thing, he is 1 for 17 in the series. He's been terrible. Most of that has been against left-handed pitching. Most of his ineptitude has been because the Phillies had just kept throwing lefty after lefty. So Ohtani is 2 for 5 with 2 homers in 6 career plate appearances against Duran. Duran, had never walked home a guy. I mean, so they're playing the percentages here. They did, what the Dodgers do. Go ahead.
Duran's stuff was really good last night. His command was good outside of the bets at bat. I just look at that situation and say you can't let that guy beat you. You just can't.
Ohtani, you're saying?
Yes, exactly. I mean, like, look, the longer you keep him down, it feels inevitable. Like, it just feels like you're playing with fire. I don't even, to be honest with you, in real time, that wasn't even a decision I looked at and said, oh, well, that's one I'm going to question. I say, of course you do that. He just didn't execute the pitches. And, it's just tough. I mean, these guys, the entire series, for the duration of the 4 games, they had 0 margin for error. Like, you had to be utterly perfect in order to give the Phillies a chance to win these games. I mean, and that's where I just come back to the offense. Like, it was mind-numbing to watch that this week.
It was terrible. I mean, the offense every time. And, by the way, we're talking about righty-lefty, doing it by the book, all these things. I said, in what world does anybody ever, in the world of baseball, intentionally walk Alec Boehm not once but twice in the same game? It all comes down to what hand the pitcher throws with. They had a left-handed pitcher on the mound, and they did not want Alec Boehm, a right-handed hitter, to face him. I mean, the Dodgers are doing the same thing. They're all playing by this book. So it's not really these managerial decisions you don't like. It's the analytics that we don't like. And the analytics there say walk Ohtani pretty much every single time because he's the best hitter, not only in the world, he's also left-handed against a right-handed pitcher, and his numbers against said right-handed pitcher have been very, very good. That said, the Phillies had their moments. They had a right-handed pitcher in Sasaki on the mound, and your 2 lefties just couldn't do anything against him. I mean, he just absolutely, toyed with those guys, and that's what it came down to. When you had the percentages in your favor,
You did not capitalize, and that was the whole series. The one night that the percentages were in your favor and you capitalized, you won. I thought Ben Davis said it after the game, which was, it's like an NBA game. You shoot a three-pointer. One night, if you hit a bunch of threes, you win. And the next night, if you don't win. And that's what these games have essentially turned into is top of the lineup guys hit, you win. Top of the lineup guys don't hit, you lose.
Yeah, I mean, look, Kyle Schwarber, disappointing game. Bryce Harper, I thought, he was okay, I guess, in the series. I just think you look.
Who was okay?
Like Harper was so for me, like Harper actually had like some decent contact. He went out to left center and won a bat, but like he got himself out a lot. I felt like he was pressing. He was probably trying to do too much. But like I start to look at it right away. Like the game ends and I go, okay, like that was what I mean, I'm be honest with you here. Like I'm not trying to do like the radio hit analyst thing. Like that game ended and I said, now what? And I think that the big picture questions for the Phillies become, is Bryce Harper, like superstar Bryce Harper, the guy that came here in 2019, like that guy's probably not here anymore, right? Like, I think what you have in Bryce Harper is a very good baseball player, a guy that can hit anywhere between 260 and 280 for you. He's probably going to hit 30 home runs. His OPS probably sits somewhere in the mid 800s, and like that's fine. He's a good player. But like Bryce Harper, superstar, MVP caliber player, like that feels over to me. Like the last two postseasons, rolled into what was kind of a down year for him. Like, I think it's fair to wonder, like, what do you have in that player moving forward? And he was disappointing in this series.
Well,
and, Kyle Schwarber, obviously, it's 2 home runs in Game 3. That's great. Where was he in the other 3 games? It begs a lot of questions about what they're going to do moving forward.
Well, let's get into that. Bob Wankel from the Fighting Words podcast. They lose the game. We look back. It was such a wild moment with the Kirkering and then the walk of Ohtani, those two. But now you are right. What is next? Because it felt like last night listening to some of them guys that they know this was it. Like, right? Schwarber had the sound of, this is probably, he said, I truly believed in my heart this was the team that was going to do it and that we're not going to get another chance. So what do you do here this offseason? You just talked about, you got Harper and Turner. I was looking at their contracts. Turner's here till 2033. Oof. I don't know where we're going to be in 2033, but Trey Turner's still going to be playing for the Philadelphia Phillies potentially. Bryce Harper, 2031. Aaron Nola, 2030. So those 3 guys seemingly are unmovable. Kyle Schwarber obviously is the big one. Do the Phillies bring him back? Do they want to bring him back? Do they say we can't bring him back only because we need the money to shake this roster up? How does that whole Schwarber thing, because that's the first domino of the offseason probably, right?
Yeah, so again, it's trying to separate.
Actually, I don't know if that's the first domino. We can get into that next, but he's the biggest domino.
Yeah, I think you have to separate the emotion of the moment from the reality of it. And like this team desperately lacks offensive punch without Kyle Schwarber. Like 55 home runs is a big deal. You remove that from your lineup, and how are you replacing that production? So it requires a level of creativity. Like, would I go crazy for Kyle Schwarber? Like, would I get into the 160s, 170s for him? No, I wouldn't. But even if you get a deal that's in the 4-year 110, 4-year 120 range, like you have to ask yourself, there's a guy in his early 30s who's a primary DH. Is that really the best allocation of those funds, especially as you're trying to itch to kind of reconstruct your roster and get a little younger and change the energy? So I think, like, in a vacuum, you would say yes, like you do reasonably try to bring back Kyle Schwarber, and I would. But if you're not, like, you better have a plan B, whether that's via trade, whether that's another free agent acquisition. Like, you're really going to have to reconfigure what you're doing if you're willing to let him walk.
Right, you're in a situation, too, where you got a lot of big, bloated, heavy contracts that are going to be here for a while, and that's the hard part, is getting into another one of those, where you're like, we're kind of hamstrung because we have Turner, we have Harper, we have Nola. Do we want to do this again? And that's what I think the theme of the offseason might be. People keep saying, well, what about Pete Alonso? Well, you're going to have to pay Pete Alonso a lot of money. He's already in his 30s. You want a 35-year-old Pete Alonso. What's he going to look like? I don't know. And the guy who makes that decision is Dave Dombrowski. Does Dombrowski do the whole, hey, I'm going to step up, they make him a senior, something or another, or is he leading this offseason again?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. And I'm, I guess it's funny you bring up Pete Alonso. Like, would you play with a lineup next year that consists from, left to right, Crawford, Bader, bring back Bader on a 2 or 3 year deal at $35 million, and then take Bryce Harper, put him in right field again, and then sign a guy like Pete Alonso. Like, would you be interested in that? That would change the dynamics of your team a little bit. They have a lot of decisions to make. I really do think that they should explore the possibility of putting Bryce Harper back in right field. I know that there's this notion he likes first base, he wants to play first base, but if the free agent market plays out and this offseason plays out in a way that the way you can improve your team in 2026 and take another crack at winning a championship, it requires Bryce Harper to go back to right field, then so be it. I mean, it's not like you have to do it forever. Mm-hmm. He's good enough to do both. I don't know.
It's got to be on the table. It's got to be on the table.
Book on that.
It's got to be on the table. Here's the thing I would ask you. All right, so Schwarber, very difficult. The next guy is Bader, who has a mutual option. So I feel like the fans fell in love with Bader. He feels like a great fit here. He's been on 6 teams. I mean, this isn't a guy who has been like, hey, did he just give us a quick flash in the pan that you end up overpaying, and I know he has a mutual option, but they probably, wouldn't pay him the 1 year.
He will certainly decline his side
Correct.
Of that option. So he will be a free agent. I mean, how nuts do you want to get?
That's my point. Is
Harrison Bader?
Are you falling in love with the 30? Are you falling in love with the 305, 361 that he gave you in 50 games, or are you looking at who he really is? I mean, he's been in the league for 9 years. He's been on 6 teams. He's a 240 hitter with a 313 on base, not a lot of power. I mean, there's a reason he's bounced around a lot. And by the way, he's played on good playoff teams, and they said, we don't really need this guy anymore. So has he kind of pulled the wool over? And I like what he's brought to this team. So I'm not ripping him. I'm just looking at his resume and saying, there's a reason he's been on 6 teams.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. I mean, would I do 3 years, $40 million for Harrison Bader? Probably not. If I could get him at 2 years, $25 million, something in that range, yeah, I would do that. And I don't think that's irresponsible or overvaluing overvaluing what he is. I mean, I think that's a reasonable deal for him. 12, 13 a year on a multi-year deal. But I wouldn't go beyond that. And he's not a have-to-have guy in terms of how you look at this moving forward. And they have to make decisions on a lot of things. You talk about this Phillies team, man, they missed an opportunity to win a championship. And, kudos to Alec Boehm. I thought he had a pretty good series. He was okay. But they hit Alec Boehm and Brandon Marsh 4-5. These are guys that were 0 for April this season.
One of my text messages.
Middle of your order.
One of my text messages last night was Brandon Marsh hitting 5th. Woof. You can't win a World Series with that.
He was absolutely dreadful defensively, absolutely dreadful offensively in this series. I mean, he was terrible. Now, he had a really good 3 months to end the season. I like Brandon Marsh. I think that there's a role for him on a winning team. But you can't go into next season and say oh yeah, we're counting on 550 at bats from Brandon Marsh. You can't do that. They have a lot of questions to answer in terms of that outfield. Right. Because Mike, I mean, look, that outfield was a terrible outfield all year, just dreadful.
Dreadful. JT, 35 years old when he comes back. No other answers in the organization. Are you basically backed into the corner with this one?
A little bit. I would hope that the two sides there could come to a I don't want to say team-friendly type of situation, but a mutually beneficial deal. If you're JT Realmuto, do you really want to go start over in another city at this point in your career? You've won a lot here. You're loved here. I'd be surprised if Realmuto would want to go somewhere else. And I would be surprised if the Phillies wanted to move on from him. I know he's not the star-level player or the best catcher in baseball at this point in his career, but, he had a pretty decent year offensively. I thought he performed pretty well this week here against the Dodgers. I think he's still by far your best option. You don't have any internal upgrades. I don't think Rafael Marchand is a guy that you can look to as a full-time player for a team that's trying to win a championship and bust down the door. I would think you could get JT Realmuto back on a 2 or maybe a 3-year deal at less, average annual value. So what do the numbers look like? I'm not entirely sure, but I'd be surprised if they didn't get that done with him.
All right, Bob Wankel, Fight Words Podcast, couple more. Although you bring JT back and Kyle, now Bader, you feel very similar to what you were right now.
I will just say, I would not be surprised if Kyle Schwarber's not back here.
He sounded like a guy that knew.
Surprised.
He sounded like a guy that knew this was his last time in that locker room. That's my thought.
Yeah, he was definitely emotional last night. I mean, you could be emotional because you lost, or you could be emotional because you're out of here.
Yeah. Suarez. I mean, it almost feels like everybody thinks he's gone, but here's a guy last night. I mean, 2 nights ago, again, shows you why. But I guess there's almost no way you bring him back.
I don't think it's because you don't want to. It's just he's going to get paid. I mean, there are going to be teams that look at him and say, "Wow, he not only is he a good pitcher, but he always rises to the occasion, and he's a likable guy, and he checks a lot of boxes. Other than that, he doesn't stay healthy."
I would think a team like
Phillies, though.
I would think a cheap team like Baltimore that just doesn't want to pay for pitching can get a cheap number one. And not to mean that he's going to be cheap, but he's not going to get like number one ace. You know what I mean? A team that's a middle market that doesn't want to pay what you need to pay for an ace goes that route.
Yeah, and I think with the Phillies starting rotation next year, you have Nola, you think you have Wheeler. I mean, I think at some point the expectation is that he is back next year, and you have Painter coming, you have Luzardo under contract, you have Sanchez under contract, and when you think about what they have to do long term and how they're going to have to reconfigure this lineup, I just don't know if there's $130 million to go around for Ranger Suarez, and relative to what they already have. I just don't think it's a fit anymore. But it's a shame because he's
Rob Thompson. A lot of questions about him over the last week. Always a lot of questions about him in these regular season decisions and playoffs and all that stuff. The players asked about him last night. Obviously, no one has a bad thing to say. Is it his fault? I don't know where anybody falls on that. I know where a lot of the listeners fall on that. But is it almost one of those things where you just have to change it because you can't change the roster all that much? Maybe you can change the roster more than we think, and then he's back. But what do you think of Rob Thompson overall?
Well, I think that I thought he actually did a pretty good job this season. I thought that when you look at the scope of 162, that he navigated it pretty well. I mean, this was not a great Phillies team. I mean, they had good starting pitching. They have some stars, but we all watched this team and said, "Are you concerned about the bullpen? Are you concerned about this injury? What about this lineup? They have to platoon in 3 different places." Like, this was not an autopilot 96-win team, Mike. It wasn't. And I think that people need to kind of also acknowledge that. That being said, I mean, they've been knocking on the door for 4 years here. They haven't been able to break through. And I do think it's fair to question some of the moves that are made in these playoff series. I think that criticism's fair. And I also do think it's fair to wonder if a change of voice is needed. It's kind of like the example that everybody always points to, but like Tony Dungy was a great coach with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and nobody wanted to fire Tony Dungy. He was a great guy and a good football mind. That team needed a different leader. They needed a different voice, and they went out and they brought in, John Gruden, and they break down the door. And like, you just kind of almost look at this team in the same fashion. You just wonder, is it Rob Thompson's fault? No. Did I think did he do a decent job? Sure, but it just seems like something's missing. It just feels like something's off, and so I think you have a lot of hard conversations. I don't know that the Phillies decision makers know what they're going to do yet. Then I think it's going to take some time for them to reach that decision. But I think everything's got to be on the table, and I think that's the most fair way I can answer that.
Well, we'll see, and we'll be keeping our eye on that. A Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat, the final Mike and Bob Friday baseball in-season chat as the Phillies lose 2-1 in 11. And now we'll see what the offseason looks like. Clearwater might have a different feel this year. We'll keep our eye on all that right here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Bob Wankel, always a pleasure, my friend.
All right, talk soon, Mike.
There he is, Bob Wankel, the Fighting Words podcast, and a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat in the books here on the final Friday of the baseball season for the fans of Philadelphia. We got plenty more to go here on the Sports Bash Live. Holy mackerel, the Phillies lose last night like that. And then the Eagles, you flipped over to that game. That was disgraceful as well. I don't know which was worse. We'll update the poll question. Stick around. More Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN.
With Progressive's collision coverage, my family gets up to $1,000 for vet bills if I'm injured in a car accident. And that makes this Chihuahua really feel like part of the family. What's that? I don't sound like a Chihuahua? Oh, I'm sorry. What exactly am I supposed to sound like? I guess all Chihuahuas are high-strung, riding around in expensive designer purses. Actually, I prefer riding in cars. So I appreciate that my family protects me with Progressive's pet collision coverage. Okay, maybe I am a little high-strung. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states. Coverage for dogs and cats is included with the purchase of collision coverage and is subject to policy terms.
New Jersey's got a lot of wow to go around all year round. Wow's on the slopes, on the waves, and on the stage. Find your wow at visitnj.org. New Jersey, little state, lot of wow.
Work.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And I am the voice of the voiceless.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
5:30 Sports Bash live, 97.3 ESPN. Final half hour of tonight's show for you guys to get in, vent, let us know what bothers you the most, changes that should be made, that could be made. You know, the Phillies have a couple of key free agents, one of them being Kyle Schwarber. How many people think Schwarber's going to leave, or how many people want Schwarber gone after these playoffs? 609-403-0973. I would say this. It felt like the finality was dripping through that locker room last night, listening to some of these guys talk. But I don't think you can run it back, or can you? How many people think, hey, listen, just tweak the peripherals, just tweak a little bit, like you're not going to trade Turner, you can't trade Harper, those two guys can't go anywhere. In other words, bring back Schwarber, bring back Real Muto. I don't know what's going to happen with Castellanos. He's got another year left on his deal. I would imagine you're going to try to trade him and see if anybody will just take him, and you'll pay them to take him just to get him out of here. Go around real quick. Harper will be back.
Yes.
Stott.
I don't know. I think it might be a possibility they might find a way to move on from him.
Well, I would think that Stott could be traded. I don't think he has much of a trade value.
Well,
but
again,
if you just wanted to say, because I'm going to start with this.
Yeah.
Justin Crawford and Aiden Miller need to be on this team next year.
I agree.
So I don't know where you're going to play Aiden Miller unless you play him at shortstop. Do you move Turner to second base, or do you look at Turner to go to the outfield? Because I might look to put Turner in the outfield, but I don't think he's a center fielder. He's probably more of a left fielder.
Well, then what do you do with Crawford?
That's the problem. Do I put Crawford in center field?
I want to see Bader back in center field, and I want Crawford in left field next to him. That's what I would like to see. But
the one thing that I talked about this with Bob, the Harrison Bader thing to me is he came here, he performed well for a month. Do you fall in love and get kind of shaded by the fact that he had a month of really good play? He was a spark plug. He was exactly what you were hoping for. And he's been on 6 teams. And the guy's about a 240 hitter. He's been okay, but he's just been okay. He's not what you got here in Philadelphia.
But he is an upgrade over what you have had in the outfield in recent years.
He's an upgrade over what you had for the month that you had him. But this is what I would ask. Does it then prevent you from moving Turner to the outfield? If you bring Bader back and now, can you play Turner in right field? Something he's never done before. He has played center field.
See, and that's where I'm trying to figure out, can Turner play a position that's not shortstop or center field? Because if he can, then it makes a lot of this stuff easier. I think part of the problem is going to be that conversation with Trey Turner is not going to be a good conversation.
He could probably play second base.
Well, if he could play second base, then you just put Aiden Miller at short and you move on from Stott.
He played second base 2016, 2021 with the Dodgers. He did play second base.
Okay, so he does have
He has played a little bit of second base. Not a lot in his career. He has played 91 games at second base.
But I can work with that.
He has played 1,111 games at short. He's played 45 games in center field. He has not played either corner outfield spot. Well, listen, the guy is an athlete. He can run still, but he's 32 years old. Do you think about possibly making him a corner outfielder or just put him at second base? Because if I can move Stott, I'd probably then move Turner to second and put Miller at short.
And I think that would be the smart move because, again, it's not about Stott's value. It's about you have to do something to change this team up. And at some point, you got to stop leaving the young guys in the minor leagues. You got to bite the bullet. You got to bring them up here. And you got to see what your future looks like.
You have to.
Because your team is just a bunch of old guys at this point.
Yeah, you have to. So, I go around. Harper's not going anywhere, nor Kenny. And I know there's people that are now tired of him, but he's not going anywhere. You have him here till 2030. Enjoy it. Second base, Stott. I'd be fine if they found a taker for him and moved on from Stott. Now, the problem with Stott is people don't like to incorporate this stuff. Stott doesn't make any money.
Right.
He is, though, arbitration eligible.
But that might be appealing to somebody else.
he's arbitration eligible in a year that was just average at best. He hit 257 with 13 home runs, 328 on-base percentage. I don't think he's going to make a whole heck of a lot of money, but he's going to go from making $3.2 million to possibly up to like $6 million. So can you find a taker for Stott, a younger, 28 years old now? He's not like a 22-year-old, 23, 24-year-old. He's now 28 years old.
Right.
So I would try to move Stott. Turner, I have to play Miller at shortstop. Trey, I'm sorry. You got to move over to second base. Bohm, you got to try to move Bohm. You've got to try to move Bohm through hell or high water, and he is also arbitration eligible. This year he made $7.7 million, and he's going to get a bump. I mean, he did not have a great year, 287 with 11 homers, only 59 RBI. Man, he had 90-plus RBI.
He was
2
injured
years in
for
a row.
a chunk of the year.
He was. But you got to get rid of him. You can't now. I will say, I can't believe he has come a long, long, long way as a defensive player. Although that play the other night that he missed that went under his glove when he was playing over towards shortstop was awful. But the catch he made, but just in general, he's become such a better third baseman. You just can't bring him back. He's a hate to face. The fans hate him, and you can't bring him back.
The other problem with Bohm is that, again, we're getting into the conversation of you have to move somebody. You have to make changes. You can't just run it back with the same guys. And if you're having an honest conversation, Alec Bohm is one of the only guys who is movable on this team.
So you got to try to move Stott. You got to try to move Bohm and get two new guys into those spots. Maybe
Correct.
Turner goes to second and Miller plays short. Now, could Miller play third? I feel like from everybody I've talked to, feels like he has proven that he can be a big league shortstop. And at that point, you need a more athletic big league shortstop right now than Trey Turner.
Agreed.
Okay. The outfield, Kepler should be gone. Marsh. I don't know that Marsh has much of a market. And I would be okay if Marsh was the platoon guy with somebody in right field, but he's a corner outfielder, whole 100%. And if you brought Bader back, now Bader's going to opt out of his deal. You're going to have to pay Bader a lot of money. He's got a mutual option. He's not going to opt into the deal for $10 million. So you're going to have to pay Bader real money to come back here. I'm okay with Bader as my center fielder defensively and what he gave me offensively in Philadelphia. If he gives me what he gave me offensively elsewhere, I don't know that I want to pay him a lot of money.
But you might have to, because then you're getting into the situation that happened last offseason where you waited out the market and then nothing was left because everybody else scooped up who was there. And one of the problems with the Phillies is that Dave Dombrowski likes to slow play. He does not like to rush into things. Well, the problem is that some of these teams and some of these players and their agents, they're trying to run these deals to the finish line. So unless you have a specific group of players that you're targeting overtly, you got to make a quick decision on Bader.
Well, the Bader thing kind of gets mapped out because he will either opt into his deal or opt out of his deal. He has a mutual option. So he is a 247 lifetime hitter with a 313 on base, a 401 slug. 401 slug is not good. I mean, if you're below 400, that's considered bad. I mean, your average is about 400 to 450.
Listen, I hear everything you're saying. I'm not here to dispute any of that. What I'm trying to say is I have to factor in, one, I'm not going to assume that Dave Dombrowski is going to go spend stupid money this offseason because he's already got stupid money on the books.
I said, yeah, go ahead.
Two, I have to assume that the Phillies, if they don't have a specific player to replace them. Now, for all I know, maybe Crawford is a guy that you say, Josh, shut up. He's going to play left field. Turner's going to play center field. We'll find a guy for right field. We don't need Bader. And then I'm like, okay. But whatever the plan's got to get mapped out distinctly. Because to me, if you're not moving Turner or you're not putting Crawford in center field, then you have to bring Bader back. And if you don't do one of those three
things, could play Turner in left and Crawford in center.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You could, if your center fielder next year names are not Turner or Crawford, then there has to be a strong consideration to bring Bader back.
And I think they probably will bring Bader back because he is a little different from what the core is.
Yes.
And he was a popular guy. Listen, these are all business decisions as well. I think they're at a breaking point where they want to bring this team back and they want to keep these guys together, but they also know this is a business and they need people to come through that building.
Yes.
And if you bring back this exact same team, you are going to start to see people say, you know what, I'm not renewing my season tickets. I've seen this too many times.
And again, so if you're talking about a business decision, not Marsh, Bader falls into the business decision for a couple of those reasons. I think that's also the reason why you have to – Dave Dombrowski has to divorce himself from his past relationship with Nick Castellanos, and he's got to move on. If they care about the fan base at any point, Castellanos has burned too many bridges with this fan base, and if you got to pay a team to take him, you got to do it. Like you just.
Well, I think they're going to definitively try to do that. I think they will definitely try to call every single team and say, we will pay you to take Nick Castellanos. And if there's a team out there that is willing to take him on because, you're the Pittsburgh Pirates and you're just looking for a veteran, a lot of the bad teams do this. They'll take the veteran player that has the big contract, but it's coming off the books. You'll pay us to take him. We have him for half a season, and then we try to make a trade where we can benefit from him. And you're just hoping, if I take Nick Castellanos, I hope he hits 280 with 14 home runs by the All-Star break, and then I can trade him to somebody else. That's the only teams I think you find that would be interested in him.
And to me, if you're going to trade him, it's probably going to be to a team with a small ballpark or the Rockies, because that's going to be the best way to inflate his value for the trade deadline, right?
I guess. I mean, those teams, that's up to them to decide whether or not they think there was a report at the deadline the Royals were interested in him. He's a right-handed bat, but, he just was so bad the second half of the season. The third base spot does not have a very good list of free agents on it. So that would be something you have to also keep in mind with trying to move Bohm.
Well, again, then that's where I look at.
You know who plays third base and is a free agent?
Suarez?
Kike Hernandez.
Well, Emmanuel Suarez is going to be a free agent.
He is. He's 34 years old. Now, do you want to go down the road of what we're talking about? Bad contracts to older guys that you're now stuck in.
Or you just tell Suarez we're just going to pay you stupid money for 1 year.
Well, if you can say to him that, but I would imagine he's going to get some sort of.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, so I don't think you're in play for 34-year-old Eugenio Suarez. I just don't think. Bregman, 32 years old.
Bregman still has some
There was a
value.
lot of buzz around him last year. He ended up going to Boston.
I mean,
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the positions where we're talking about moving on and trying to
ask you a
replace,
question.
and there's not a lot to replace.
Aiden Miller at third. Yes or no?
I don't know. I mean, I've been told that he can play big league shortstop.
Does playing big league shortstop translate to you?
I am looking at he played no third base in the minors. None. He has played none. He has played only shortstop.
Right.
So I'm going to now throw him at third base. I mean, from everything I've been told is they believe that he is a big league shortstop.
Gotcha.
And by the way, he reached AAA last year. He played 8 games and performed very well. But he's 21 years old. Is he going to jump? No, I don't care about that. I mean, the Phillies just need to get off of that. If he's the best player in the organization at that position, it's time. You got to play these guys.
Exactly.
They've been so conservative with these guys.
Way too conservative.
So Crawford will be up here. I believe that Miller will probably be down to start the season, but I wouldn't do that. I mean, I got to move Turner out of that spot. I know he played okay there, but that play, the throw at home has to be made.
It has to be made, number one. And number two, at the end of the day, I don't think this team can afford to be loyal anymore. They got to get over, hey, it was a great run. 2022, 2023, 2024, 2025. It's a 4-year run. We got what we could out of it. We got
Well, like I said the other day, the last run went 07 they made the playoffs, 8 they won the World Series, 9 they lost in the World Series, 10 they lost in the CS, 11 they lost in the DS. That was a 5-year run with that group.
Right.
With a lot of the core players, but you kept changing the peripherals.
But the difference is that team won.
That they won. My point is this. This has been 4 years. Can you try for the 5th year and hope that you win on the back end instead of on the front end?
I don't think so. I
don't either. I'm just putting that out there for people that are like, hey, why not keep Stott and Bohm and Harper and Turner and Marsh and, just change Kepler? Because Kepler wasn't really an impact player. Try to replace Kepler. Try to replace Castellanos and just replace those two guys. Go with a full season of Harrison Bader and just now you have Bader for a full year, and then instead of Kepler and Castellanos, go find 2 other outfielders.
Well, the problem with that is that you may not be able to find the outfielders, number one.
Yeah, your outfield class
and I don't know.
Is not great.
I mean, are we...
By the way, Harrison Bader is 32. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, that's another thing. And the other thing is Harper's getting older.
Yeah.
Like, is there a point where even putting him in the outfield is a bad idea?
I mean, it's not ideal. I think the Phillies would prefer him to play first base.
I think so, too.
The outfield list of free agents is not great.
I was going to say, the last time I looked at it, I was not excited.
I'm trying to think. I think Kyle Tucker is like the biggest name on the free agent
market. He's the big name out there. But
Pete Alonso.
Well, Pete Alonso can play first base.
Well, I'm just saying, those are the biggest names on the free agent market this year.
I mean, do you have a conversation with Schwarber and be like, we're going to sign Pete Alonso?
Well, and Schwarber has said that he would move to the outfield for something to that effect. I'm not going to sit here and call him a liar.
I mean, I think Pete Alonso would look great in this lineup.
Do you trade? I'm not saying trade player. I'm just saying swap Schwarber out, let him go someplace else, and replace him with Alonso.
I think you at least have to consider it.
All right, we'll recap. We'll get out of here. Friday 5 coming up next.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, the Friday Five brought to you by Jersey Cow. It's a year-long thing in Northfield, Upseekin, Brigantine. The best ice cream, Jersey Cow. All right, Friday Five from the summertime was Detroit, Kansas City, Bears, Washington, Cincy, Green Bay, Rams, Ravens, Buffalo, Atlanta.
Well, I know one of those games is out.
Yeah. Friday Five.
For those who didn't hear, Lamar Jackson ruled out again.
Ruled out. So the Friday Five, we do it in the summer. I give you the 5 games that I think will be the 5 best games each week. Week 6, those are my 5 then. These are my 5 now. Seattle, Jacksonville.
Yes.
San Fran, Tampa Bay.
Very intrigued. By the way, Brock Purdy ruled out again. Another Mac Jones start.
Detroit, Kansas City.
Very intriguing.
Chicago, Washington.
Can't wait.
And one more would be... There's a lot of woofers in here the rest of the way. How about Buffalo, Atlanta?
All right.
Buffalo, Atlanta?
Why
not
not?
terrible, right?
You could have considered Colts, Cardinals.
I did, but the Cardinals are woof.
Cardinals are feisty.
That's my Friday Five. It's brought to you by Jersey Cow. Ice cream is a year-long thing at Jersey Cow, Northfield, Upseekin, Brigantine. You know, suddenly I'm in the mood for some Jersey Cow.
It's not far.
After the Phillies season ended like that.
Drown your misery.
Hey, everybody, enjoy the weekend. I know Phil's supposed to play tomorrow night, but just think, it's supposed to rain. So they might have got rained out. I don't know. It sucks, man. It really sucks that the season ended the way it did. We'll talk more about it on Monday. McGarry is actually flying back from L.A. He was at the game last night, so he'll be on Monday. I want to hear from him what it was like in that locker room last night. Like, did it feel like the finality of this era? All right, we'll do it again on Monday. We're going to be live at the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Talk to you on Monday, everybody. And don't forget, coming up, Sixers preseason basketball on 97.3 ESPN. Yep, it's time for the Hometown 5. One season ends, the other one begins. Talk to you Monday, everybody.